I Hey guys, welcome back to another stream. I think this might be the first stream on my main channel since I started the second one. Now that I think about it. Is it? Hold on. Do-do-do. Ba-ba-do-ba-do. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. I think it is. Last stream before this one was new channel. Yeah, it was. My last stream on this channel was 15 days ago. So yeah, welcome back to this channel, I guess. But yeah, today we're catching up on some Poppy Playtime stuff. Now, I don't know why, but back when Chapter 4 came out, I didn't continue it. Like, I did one video on it, and then I didn't finish it. Like, I didn't do anything else after that. So, I didn't watch any of, like, I didn't catch up on any of the lore, most of the Chapter 5 stuff, the game theories and stuff like that, the new lore videos on Mob's channel. I haven't gotten into that stuff since, like, around Chapter 3. So, now, I want to go back and, watch those. Like the new game theories since Chapter 4. I don't know if I watched the game theories after Chapter 3, but it doesn't really matter that much because I know roughly the lore of that game, especially since I've played Chapter 4 now. What is wrong with my hair? Why does it always do this? But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to catch up on the ARG. I'm going to watch the videos on Mob's channel, but I'm probably not going to get into the actual ARG. I think I'm mostly just gonna watch the new videos on that channel, watch the new game theories and all that stuff, the trailers, and yeah, that's probably about it. If I have time, then maybe I'll watch like Sheep Rampage's video on like the full ARG. It's like an hour long, so we'll see if I have time. But not gonna prioritize that. I'm gonna prioritize everything else. Because I know there was an ARG for Chapter 4, right? And I didn't really get into that either. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Nice haircut, thank you. It is. I didn't fix my hair this morning, so it is a little bit messy, but it's fine. Turning 18 in 4 days, kind of scared. Well, I turned 18 like half a year ago. And I was scared, and then nothing happened. So I still live at home. The only difference is I'm in university now, which sucks. But yeah. So I've set up. Actually, I'll just show you guys. This is what I've set up. These are all the videos that I'm going to watch today. The ARG video by Sheep Rampage is not here. Like I said, I might watch that if I have time, but. This is everything that I know I'm going to watch. I set it all up in chronological order. The first video was from February 22nd, 2025, right after Chapter 4 came out. Like I said, I don't think I've seen the game theories about Chapter 3, but that doesn't matter as much, as long as because now I've played Chapter 4. So what matters the most is the Chapter 4 theories, because I haven't caught up on the lore on that at all. So yeah. Tomorrow, I'm not able to stream, but I'm probably, as long as I get it edited, I'm going to have a new video out over on the second channel. And that's not going to be like a re-uploaded video. It's going to be a brand new video. It's not going to be like a fractured re-uploaded video. It's not going to be another re-uploaded video from this channel. It's going to be like a brand new video specific to that channel that I just made recently. I wrote it, I recorded it, and edited it. But I'm not. But I haven't edited it yet, is what I meant. So, edited it. Edited it. Anyway, moving on. Is there anything else that I need to bring up before we start? I don't think so. I think I got everything. But yeah, Wednesday, obviously, new games coming out, or the new chapters coming out, so I'm going to stream that. And then I'm going to turn that stream into videos. I'm not going to have a theory up this week, but I am going to have one up next week. February 26th is when I plan to. My plan is to release it the day before RE9 comes out. And then at the end of the video, I'm going to advertise that I'm streaming RE9 the next day. I have that video recorded. I just don't have it edited yet. Because I have to edit the video for the second channel, and then I have to edit all the videos of our Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. That'll all have to be edited, so I want to have as much time. Why is my hair doing this? Why does it ever do this? Who knows? Is it MatPat or post-MatPat? It's post-MatPat. I think MatPat left like a year before this video came out. MatPat's been gone for almost 2 years, I'd just like to remind you guys. Yeah, Fred, whatever you say. But still, it annoys me when I think my hair looks weird. Yeah, it's fine. I'll stick with that. But yeah, let's start. I think I've said everything that I need to say. Quick rundown. So, today we're streaming this, obviously. Tomorrow, new video on second channel. Wednesday, streaming Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, probably. All gonna be edited down videos from this stream on Wednesday. Friday, also probably gonna be a stream on the second channel. I might also stream on the second channel on Thursday. It just depends. I don't know for sure. Because that day I am busy, but I might be free earlier in the day. I don't know for sure. Sunday I can't stream. I don't think. Probably not. And then next week. Can't stream Tuesday or Wednesday. I mean, maybe Tuesday, but not Wednesday. Friday is RE9 next week, so yeah, okay. Also, after RE9 comes out, there's probably going to be a little bit of a dry spell on this channel, just for theories. Like, there will be one theory right before RE9 comes out, and then on the other channel there will be a lot of streams and videos on RE9. And then there's gonna be some, and then there's gonna be like a week or two of just that on that channel, and then maybe like 2 weeks after the theory right before, then I'll probably have another one out. I don't know. What is my next theory after my next one? My next theory is the Into Madness video that I mentioned on my community posts. That is planned for February 26th, which I believe is the Thursday next week. Yeah. And then my next video after that is my next theory planned after that is March 28th. Sorry, not 28th. My stupid ass. 7th is what I meant. So that is Saturday in 2 weeks. So I guess not really a dry spell. But also that's going to be a really long video. So it might end up getting delayed a little bit. We'll see. I don't know for sure yet. But that's going to be my Fazbear Fright series. It's going to start then. Because I was going to do it this month. But then I had my week before video that just came out. And then my Into Madness video that I really wanted to make. So I kind of delayed that to next month. Which I don't really mind delaying it a little bit just because it's been delayed for it's been delayed for like 3 years. I started working on that video, or that series, that 3-part series of videos. I started working on it in like late 2022, I believe. Let me actually check. Hold on, let me think about it. So now I'm in university. It was in grade 10. So 3 years ago. 2023, 2022. Yeah, 2022. It was late 2022. I remember because I was working on it in my grade 10 business class all the time. Into Madness videos the day before my birthday. Well, your birthday is the day RE9 comes out. Might do some videos on the second channel in like late March or something, like when Invincible Season 4 comes out. We'll see. The Invincible video on my second channel actually did really well, considering it's a new channel. It has like 600 views or something, which is pretty good. Okay, I think we're all good. I think I'm just going to take. Oh, whoa, Darth Vader. Ice streaming. Okay. Is promotion allowed on this channel or not? It depends what it's about. If you're like self-promoting, like I don't really care if you do, but like don't be sad if nobody listens. That's no offense, just saying like I'm not gonna get Freb to ban you if you do. It doesn't really matter. You can do whatever you want. Just don't spam. Anyway, so we have a lot of stuff to watch. I calculated how long all this would take. Theoretically, around 5 hours. It might take longer or shorter. It might take more or less time than that. We'll see. But that's what I'm guessing. Also, I'm going to make a poll on the stream about the second channel. If you guys don't watch the second channel, if you're not subscribed to the second channel, it doesn't really matter that much. You don't really have to vote, but I am gonna make a poll about it. So, there is a new Lego Batman game coming out this year, a new Tomb Raider game coming out this year, and a new Silent Hill game coming out this year. All that will be on the second channel, like me streaming that. But I'm trying to catch up on all the games before the new ones come out. So Lego Batman is what I'm doing next. But what do I do after that? Like, because I want to play all the Tomb Raider games, and I want to play all the Silent Hill games. So which one should I do first? I'm just going to make that a poll, even though that's on the second channel, not on this one, so it doesn't really matter. If you guys don't vote, it's fine. I'm just going to make that poll. What game series should I stream on the second channel after Lego Batman? There we go. There's the poll. I would like this to not be in the way of the chat. I don't know why. Tomb Raider? It's basically a game where you play as this girl and you are going for you're getting treasure, I think. I think it's kind of like Uncharted. We don't have release dates for the games yet. That's why I'm making it a poll. Because the thing is, Tomb Raider, I believe the game that's coming out this year is a remake of the first game. And I haven't played any of the games, but it's a longer series, so I feel like I should do Silent Hill first because it's shorter, right? And Silent Hill, I've played a couple of the games, so in general, I like Silent Hill more now because I haven't played Tomb Raider yet. But Silent Hill is also, like I said, it's shorter, and I like it more as of now, so that's why I'm partially inclined to play that. But also, well, first, I mean, but also, the Silent Hill series is very disconnected, so it's not like I need to play all the games first, but I still want to. Like, I'll try to. But since we don't have release dates yet, it's more so like, which one does it matter less if I don't finish all the games first? If that makes sense. You know what I mean? I also think Tomb Raider is more popular, just in general. Like, I think it's more well-known. But yeah. Silent Hill, I don't really need to play any of the games before the new one, because I've played some of the newer ones without playing all the games in the series yet. But Tomb Raider, I think I only really need to play the first one. And if I play Silent Hill first, then I'd probably make it to the first one first anyway, you know? So, either one of these, it doesn't really matter whether I finish them, whether I finish the whole series before the new game. But I still want to finish the whole series. But it's just like, which one do I want to prioritize, just in case one of them comes out, like, a little earlier in the year, and I end up, like, not being able to finish all the games first, you know? So yeah, that's why I'm kind of indifferent on which one to play next, or, like, after Lego Batman. I'm cool with either, but, yeah, it doesn't really matter that much to me, but I'll play both. Thing is, Silent Hill, I've gotten accustomed to the older controls, so like I'm also a little bit better with that, because I played a lot of old Resident Evil games and like the first two Silent Hill games and a tiny bit of the third Silent Hill game, which I do need to. I am gonna restart when I play it, but Tomb Raider, I have no idea what the controls will be, so I'm not very well versed in that. And also, I think it's very puzzle-based, which obviously Silent Hill is too, but I've played a couple Silent Hill games and Resident Evil games, so I kind of know how those puzzles go, you know? Tomb Raider, I don't really know what to expect, but like I said, I've heard it's pretty similar to Uncharted, and I've played Uncharted 4. I do want to play all the Uncharted games at some point too. The only reason I'm doing Tomb Raider first is because, well, there's a new game coming out this year. Uncharted 4, I'm pretty sure, is the last one. I don't think they're doing any more ever. So, unless they remake some of the old ones, which I don't know if they will. Because they still hold up pretty well, from what I can tell. Alright, as of now, Tomb Raider is winning, but I'm just going to leave the poll open for a little while. While I start watching this stuff. I'm going to pull up this screen because I can't actually see the chat otherwise. Cool. Okay. Well, time to watch. Game theory, Poppy Playtime will end sooner than you think. Let's go. Hello?
I have solved the ending of Poppy Playtime. Chapter 4 may have only been released a few weeks ago, but hidden beneath its gruesome and glitchy surface are a few small details that not only tell us where Chapter 5 is heading, but how this entire franchise is going to end. Spoiler alert, this ending is not a happy one. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that molds to whatever new lore Poppy throws at us. And there is a lot of that going on in Chapter 4. Mob clearly saw the success of Chapter 3 and said, let's do that again, but more. We've got more characters, more collectibles, and the most important thing, more game-breaking bugs.
I should open with my P coin.
Open!
I'm wealthy, let me in.
Mob Game said, that's a bug if you have your hands full of P coins. Sorry, sad face.
I found the P coin bug.
But while the gameplay may be broken,
I think I experienced something similar to that my first time playing.
This is the fourth installment after all, and that's about the time where the indie horror lore can get a bit wonky, shall we say. Well, I'm happy to report
I
that
wasn't a
it
huge
seems
fan
like
of
Mob is
Chapter
learning
4.
from our
I didn't hate it,
frustrations,
but it
because
was
this
probably my least
chapter
favorite
is full
chapter.
of something we theorists crave, clarifying details. Things like, what is Poppy's true identity? Well, it's now confirmed that she is in fact Elliot Ludwig's daughter.
I wish you were here, Dad, when you were running this place. You always knew what to say.
Is Ollie really the
I think I
prototype?
missed that tape,
answer
because I don't
is
remember
now
hearing
a
that.
Resounding yes.
What did you do with Ollie? I'm right here, Poppy. For you. I'll always be
Yeah. I didn't trust
Called
Ollie
both of
either
those,
when I
by
played
the way,
chapter 3.
But truly, this chapter is
Yeah, I played chapter
stacked
3.
with answers to questions that we've had for a
I played
long
chapter 3. I thought it was very good, but it wasn't. I didn't like some of the puzzles. I felt like I was a little annoyed at some point. I had some parts of it, but it was definitely the scariest, and it was probably the most well made. But I think chapter 2 is my favorite just because I like all the mini games and stuff. But chapter 3 is probably the best one, like objectively, not objectively, but if I had to rate them more objectively, like and how good I think they are, chapter 3 is the best one, and how much I like them, how much fun I had playing them, chapter 2.
on time. So much so that this video is going to be the first in what I anticipate will be a 3-part series exploring all of them to figure out what's coming down the Poppy pipeline. So if you don't want to miss all of that, you'd better smash that subscribe button faster than Doey could smash up Pianosaurus. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Writing a book is hard.
Okay.
Knowing if it's good, even harder. Neat manuscript now.
I'm still mad about that. Such wasted potential. But to kick things off, I wanted to focus on one of the biggest questions you can ask about a franchise like this. How is it going to end? We've seen it with other franchises, how they just go on and on and on and on. So it can seem like an impossible task. But thanks to a few very specific, potentially offhanded details, I believe Mob has accidentally given the entire game away. I've spent 2 weeks falling down a rabbit hole that is deeper than Playtime Co. could ever be. And that in itself is a theory for another day. But once I finally landed at the bottom, I realized that we can not only figure out how exactly Chapter 5 is going to end, we can also learn what's going to happen beyond that, regardless of whether Chapter 5 is going to be the final chapter or not. So grab your Omni hands, theorists, because I'm going to show you things that Mob
5 is where Bendy ended, so I could see, and this game does take like a lot of inspiration from some of Bendy, like in certain areas. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was the end, but I feel like, especially since the prototype is like the final boss of the series, right? And seems like he's going to be the main enemy in Chapter 5, at least to my knowledge, maybe not, because like I said, I haven't seen all this stuff yet. Maybe in these videos that'll change. We'll think of more of different ideas, but maybe there'll be a different one. But it seems like the prototype will be the final boss, right? So if he's the villain of this one, then it kind of indicates maybe this will be the last chapter, but who knows, right? We'll see.
For you to see. If you haven't
find
had
it
a
in 2
chance to
days.
play the latest chapter, here's a quick recap so that we're all on the same page. The game picks up right where we left off at the end of Chapter 3. We head down an elevator shaft with Poppy, who tells us about the allies that we need to find. Upon doing so, we come face to computer with a new experiment. Experiment 1354. Although, while their body may be new, their voice is oh too familiar at this point. Harley Sawyer, the Doctor, the villain that has been teased throughout the entire Chapter 4 ARG. He then sends us down into the prison where we encounter Pianosaurus, who, as I've mentioned, dies immediately thanks to another new experiment, Doey the Dough-Man, a creature made from Play-Doh with 3 kids inside of him rather than the usual one. Doey leads us to a place called Safe Haven, where we reunite with Poppy. She tells us that her plan is to send the whole of Playtime Co. sky high, killing the prototype and every other toy in the facility in the process, while also trying to save the orphans the prototype has hidden in his lab. Doey is hesitant because he doesn't want to kill all of these poor innocent toys. But regardless, we head out only to be chased down by Yarnaby, Harley's lapdog, who then immediately dies. I'm beginning to see a pattern here. After many puzzles and an annoying battle with an underwhelming Barbachops, we once again come face to screen with Harley, shutting down his systems and putting an end to him once and for all. His final words to us are that we saved no one. But that doesn't matter now. We get to fulfill Poppy's plan and set the explosives to destroy everything. But they don't destroy everything. They only destroy Safe Haven. And all the toys inside. In a fit of rage, Doughy transforms into a horrifying salamander thing for some reason, and he tries to kill us, only for us to flip the tables and kill him first. Guys, I think Poppy might have a Marvel villain problem here. Great villains all killed off in the installment they're introduced in? Shame. Anyway, after defeating Doughy, we find Poppy in the vents, just as the prototype shows up to, quote, take her home. Poppy runs away, leaving Kissy and us behind as the prototype blows up the vents. But instead of killing us, we end up at the entrance to Playtime's lab, the place where the prototype and the orphans dwell. Like I've said, there's a lot going on in this chapter, hence multiple videos. But today's mysteries start in the place we visit the most during our playthrough, Safe Haven. According to a note, this place was designed with blast doors and its own electrical generator in order to keep the Playtime Co. security staff safe should an experiment get out of hand, which I think we can all imagine happened quite a lot. All of that has made Safe Haven the perfect spot to hide out from those same monstrous experiments like Yarnaby, Pianosaurus, the Doctor, and the Prototype, alongside our new allies. Now, we all knew we were getting an ally or two in this new chapter. Mob made that very clear on the game's Steam page, and once the Doughy trailer came out, it felt pretty clear who that was going to be. Little did we know the full amount we actually have waiting for us here in Safe Haven. Yes, we have Doughy, Poppy, and Kissy, but this place is full of toys, and none of them are trying to eat my face, which is a nice change of pace, but it did raise a few questions for me. Up until chapter 4, the only toys we'd seen firsthand were either dead or were looking to make us dead. Even Kissy wanted to snack on us until Poppy stopped her in chapter 3.
Style or substance?
I love Doughy. I feel so bad for him. Doughy was very sad, but his boss fight was kind of annoying. Seriously? You couldn't have just had a skip button on one of these?
I mean, I know I look like a snack, but this is not the time. In fact,
What?
Poppy is the only one we've known who wasn't trying to do that. That was part of what made her unique. She was the only experiment to act like a human with no aggressive tendencies, at least not towards us. But now, we're being shown that she wasn't the only one. Right at the start of the chapter, we can find journal entries amongst the pile of dead toys for a child called Riley. They're a sweet kid who lost their parents and so ended up at Playcare. After some time, they were, quote, chosen by Playtime, which they thought meant getting adopted, but oh no, they won the grand old prize of becoming a living toy. What's interesting though, is we get to see entries from after their conversion. Riley struggles to write at first, however, they do eventually figure it out, and with that, we can see that they are fully aware, fully themselves, and not an aggressive monster. Later on, we can find a VHS tape from two guards talking about their various duties.
Know what we get in the East? Toys banging on the walls, crying for their parents. Know what we get in the North? Things. Whatever they aren't people anymore.
The East is lower security, full of toys that are crying for their parents. They are aware of who they are and have memories from their life before, while the North is for the dangerous monsters, the bigger bodies that we faced throughout these chapters. Reports on Pianosaurus and Yarnaby both talk about their lack of cognitive function and animalistic tendencies, so it would make sense that they need to be in a higher security area. But then, what is the difference between them and some of these other, less monstrous experiments? Simple. Time. As time went on, things did somewhat improve. Huggy is a monster, but can at least listen to orders. Kissy is also a monster. She's only not eating us because, like Huggy, she's following orders. Catnap is kinda able to communicate. Mummy is fully functioning, albeit with a bit of a temper towards adults. As time went on, the experiments improved. By the time we get to chapter 4, there are a bunch of toys, including Doughy, Experiment 1322. All of them are starving, and yet they do not look at us as if we are going to be their next meal. It seems like Playtime Co.
They still
did
look pretty
figure
creepy,
out a
though.
way to keep the orphans' humanity, as well as figuring out how to make them fit into much smaller bodies like Poppy. Something which Harley mentioned during the ARG was a challenging task, leading to Boxy Boo and the larger, bigger bodies in the first place. However, there is one small hole in this line of thinking. If these later and smaller experiments are supposed to be more human-like, why then have we had a bunch of mini Huggies, smiling critters, and nightmare critters, smaller experiments that are implied to have been later in the process, acting like rabid monsters? Was Harley just really bad at his job, failing to keep all these children's brains intact? I don't think so. Was it because while they were doing the experiments, they weren't listening to the chillest beats on the internet?
Tide Oxymax Power Pods one-ups the cleaning power of...
Great. Jesus. I choked on water. I am 18 years old. Jesus. Ow. Anyway.
Listening to the chillest beats on the internet? It's entirely possible. While Barbie exists in this universe, I'm not sure whether the soothing tones of our lo-fi channel Lo-Fi do. If they did, I'm sure these guys would be way calmer, able to enjoy all the new music that drops every single Monday. Alas, they cannot. But you definitely can over on Spotify and Apple Music. Plus, if you're watching a Poppy video, chances are you're more lore. So if that tickles your theorist brain, or you just need some chill vibes while you work or sleep, you can check out the link in the description or head over to wherever you stream your music from. But seeing as the Doctor doesn't have this and he's not surgically incompetent, I don't think either of those explain why these new toys are still rabid. Although I am convinced that Harley definitely has something to do with why they're acting like this. I'm sure that while I've been showing clips of Safe Haven, you guys have noticed the wall art all around the place. I mean, it's pretty hard not to, right? The devs were really trying to make sure we noticed it, and so I did my theorist duty and gave it a closer look. A lot of it has the kind of messages we might expect to find. Help us, we will be saved, and a massive mural of Catnap putting the orphans to sleep. But the thing that caught my eye the most was this little side room known in the game files as the Memorial Room. Inside, we see a bunch of poppies and candles around the place, paying respects to those they've lost, which, according to some of the writing, is around 40 toys, 40 children. And the walls in this room are also painted with murals, and those actually give us more
children in that
insight
room
into
too?
this story of
Or is that a
death.
different
There
room?
are two sides to the drawing. On the left, we have characters highlighted in blue. Some alive, including Kissy Missy, but others are dead. On the other side, we have characters including Boxy Boo and Pianosaurus highlighted in red. These two colors, along with the inclusion of the bigger bodies we know and recognize, is showing us two opposing sides within these toy factions. Blue is the side of good, the side of Safe Haven, while red is the side of evil, the side of the Doctor, and thanks to a special VHS tape, the side of our favorite villain, the Prototype.
You know I'm still your best shot at cracking that secret. A sound observation.
Yes, you have made yourself useful.
There is a literal war going on between
get that
these
one.
two factions, and
Wish
the
I
good,
did.
non-rabid toys are losing. But there is one more side in all of this, one that they believe is going to even the odds and help them win. The one character they've highlighted in white, surrounded by phrases like, "We need you, Poppy." We've talked in previous theories about the amount of
'cause, like,
religious
she was
symbolism
gone for
in
a long
Poppy
time.
Playtime, with Catnap's worshipping
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
of the Prototype, and the Doctor's poem in the ARG reflecting Psalm 23. And this is another example of that. While red and blue are typically ways of showing opposing sides, white represents something pure, something holy. Like Poppy was supposed to be the savior to these toys. She was the perfect toy, the daughter of Elliot Ludwig. Surely she could.
Which is interesting because that's kind of like what the Prototype is for everybody else, right? For like the more evil ones, like they have the whole thing of like the Prototype will save us, right?
Do something
kinda like
to
that.
help them.
So it's like
She-
they're kind of, it's kind of like what the Prototype itself says at the end of chapter 4. It's like they're kind of like, it's always been about them two. Like it's about the Prototype and Poppy, right? They're kind of two sides of the same coin. they're both like a wholly good force, but for each side. Poppy is the wholly good force for the good side, and the prototype is the wholly good force for the evil side, right? So it's kind of so they're two sides of the same coin essentially, which is cool.
He ran away, and because of that, we see those murals of Poppy crossed out. Outside the memorial room is another drawing of Poppy crossed out with questions like, "Where are you?" But the biggest thing we see are the words, "She left us." If you go and listen to the toys around Safe Haven, many of them talk about whether they should trust Poppy. Why would this time be different?
Can we really trust her this time?
Poppy has left them all with a feeling of betrayal and hurt. This is where the Doctor comes back into the picture. There's a note you can find called the propaganda flyer, and it reads as follows, quote, "Poppy leads you to the grave. You fight not to survive, but to die. See where this has gotten you. It's not too late to change your mind. Join us and we will spare your lives. You have 24 hours. We will not make this offer again." This sentiment about Poppy being trouble we saw shared by Harley Sawyer during the Chapter 4 ARG. In one of the many email exchanges, he claimed that her path leads to ruin. Plus, this new note is located just outside the Doctor's territory, which makes it seem like this is coming directly from him. He is seeing the weakness in the group left behind by Poppy, and so he is trying to exploit that weakness. This is why I believe we're seeing so many of these smaller, newer toys appear rabid. They were starving, losing the fight. Their savior had left them, and so they were in need.
So they joined the Doctor.
Prototype was willing to step in and fill those tiny doll-sized shoes. He gave them a clear option: turn their back on Safe Haven, give in to their base instincts, and lose whatever humanity they had left. Just like how Kissy stopped trying to eat us because Poppy told her not to, these toys are now trying to eat us because the prototype told them they could. Eating their fellow toys and other human remains may seem gross at first, but when it's that, or dying of starvation, or worse, the choice is sadly pretty obvious. And then, if they held out for long enough, maybe, just maybe, the prototype would save them. Honestly, I kinda don't blame the toys for making that choice. I've always been suspicious of Poppy, as long-time viewers of the channel will know at this point. And right at the end of the chapter, she proved me right. She ran away again when things got tough, leaving us to die. She may not have run to help the prototype like I predicted, at least not yet, but she's definitely hiding something.
How much do you know?
CIBC is a founding partner of the Toronto Tempo and proud to champion every ambition.
Come on, man.
When your supposed savior acts like that, of course the opposing deity becomes quite appealing. And the prototype does actually follow through on their threat, blowing up Safe Haven at the end of the chapter, killing anyone left that opposed him. But that doesn't mean that those who switched sides are safe either. This chapter also makes it abundantly clear that he is as much of a liar as Poppy is.
I thought we were gonna leave. Prototype says we can't leave. Not now, not ever.
Just like we saw in the CG5 song from Chapter 3, the prototype promised freedom to these toys. That's what they thought the hour of joy was, but it wasn't. He was just lying to achieve his own goals.
Is that like an
Him
official
getting
thing?
the toys
It looks
to
like it was on
leave
Mob
Safe Haven
Channel
and join his side, it's the exact same thing. And he'll betray them just like he betrayed Poppy, which I guess means it's up to us to step in, be the savior that neither Poppy nor the prototype could be. We will save the orphans that the prototype has trapped down here, and maybe we'll even be able to save some of the toys who changed sides out of desperation. Here's what I would say if the game hadn't already telegraphed exactly what's going to happen next. See, as I was thinking through this whole Civil War storyline, I went back through some of the dialogue in the game, and I came across this line from Harley before his boss fight.
Do you hear it?
You hear the song? I did not know.
For whom does it think?
This isn't the first time Harley has spoken like this. He's always been a fan of speaking poetic in a greater-than-thou dramatic sort of way. But this time, it's different. It's not just a poetic styled phrase. It's an actual piece of poetry. The phrase "for whom the bell tolls" comes from the poem "No Man is an Island," published in 1624. It's about how all of humankind is connected, that the loss of one life doesn't just affect that one person. It affects all of us, because we are connected. If one dies, a part of us dies too. So when we
I
hear
don't
the
know
bell
about
of
that.
death sound, it's pointless to ask who it's for, because at the end of the day, it's for us. This feels
I
fitting
don't
given
usually
it
listen
comes
to-
just
I don't
before
really
our
listen
big
to that
boss
much,
fight with the Doctor,
like-
who says he hears the bell and asks who it's ringing for, knowing full well.
I have a very random music taste, and I some of it is FNAF songs, but most of it is not. I kind of just like listen to yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to say. In other words, probably not, but I don't know.
It's two. So when we hear the bell of death sound, it's pointless to ask who it's for, because at the end of the day, it's for us. This feels fitting given it comes just before our big boss fight with the Doctor, who says he hears the bell and asks who it's ringing for, knowing full well that we are about to put an end to him, but that we should maybe reconsider because his death would be a loss for the whole of mankind. His scientific endeavors, his discoveries will now be lost. However, while this poem is one of the first places the phrase "for whom the bell tolls" was used, it isn't the only time, nor is it the most famous. That honor goes to the book of the same name by Deadpool. Is that you? Oh, no, it's just Ernest Hemingway. My bad. Anyway, this book is about a guy from America called...
Time to save wherever we can. We tried a different detergent.
Come on, man.
Seemed like a good deal.
It was not.
What is that, like the 5th or 6th act? Like, dude, come on. And they have to be the unskippable ones. If they were 5 seconds each, I wouldn't care that much, but come on, man.
Roberts. He goes to Spain to fight in the Spanish Civil War being fought by the Republicans and the Nationalists. He sides with the Republicans, who currently are losing the fight, and so joins them in the mountains where they're hiding away. His main companion throughout this story is a woman who has lost her parents and was, taken advantage of by the opposing side. The Republicans plan to turn the tides of this battle, blow up a bridge. But there's deception from within their own ranks, and because of that, they lose some of the bombs and their way of detonating them. Now, where have I heard this before? Oh, right. It's literally the game we're playing. Our player character is an outsider to this toy war. We side with Dowie and Poppy, who are losing the battle and hiding out in safe haven away from the Doctor and his forces. Our main companion, Poppy, has lost her dad and was lied to and tortured by the Prototype, the leader of the opposing side. Ollie was supposed to be our friend, but it turned out to be the Prototype lying to us, and so we ended up losing the bombs and not igniting the gas as we planned. But let me tell you, theorists, when I first read this, my mouth was almost as agape as a smiling critter. These stories are practically one-to-one, minus one crucial detail: the ending. We are yet to see the ending of Poppy Playtime, and as we end the chapter heading into the Prototype's lair, the labs, it seems like that ending is coming up pretty soon. But For Whom the Bell Tolls does have an ending, and given how closely aligned everything else has been so far, I have a feeling that means Poppy is going to end in a similar way. In the book, Robert decides to go on the final assault of the bridge as planned, just with some minor alterations. Because they lost their main means of detonating the bombs, he's going to have to be right up close in order to set them off. He does manage to do so, but shrapnel hits his comrades, he gets fired upon by the enemy, and he suffers an injury so great he is unable to retreat with his team. He tries to remain awake as long as he can in the hopes that he can maybe shoot down a couple of enemy soldiers to allow his friends to escape, but he knows that his death is inevitable. The bell now tolls for him. At the start of chapter 4, Poppy told us how the red smoke can be ignited and that the bombs were our way of doing that. However, we've now lost our primary means of detonation. The Prototype took the bombs and used them on us instead.
We've taken the liberty of retrieving those explosives from the Foundation. Thanks for collecting those, by the way.
But that doesn't mean we're out of options. In chapter 3, Catnap was spewing the same red gas, and with one shot from our electrified grab pack hand, he too burst into flames. You may be able to see where I'm going with this. Much like in the book, our main character is going to fulfill their promise to Poppy and blow up Playtime Co. using the red smoke. We're just gonna have to be close enough to use our grab pack hand to do it, sacrificing ourselves so that Poppy and the orphans can escape. Only that isn't isn't actually how the story ends. I mean, it is. The book's ending is purposely left ambiguous, but the story the book is based on, the real-life history, that continues on. I mentioned earlier that this book is based on the Spanish Civil War, which ended in 1939. And if Poppy Playtime is following that history, our heroic sacrifice may be for nothing. Despite the good fight put up by the Republicans, ultimately it was the nationalists that won the war, with the leader of the movement, Francisco Franco, not only surviving the entire war, but going on to lead the country until 1975, 36 years after the war ended. We may put up a good fight. We may even be able to destroy Playtime Co. like Robert destroys the bridge, but I believe that ultimately we'll be shown that Poppy is once again misinformed. The prototype won't be stopped by a simple explosion, and in the end, while we may die and we may save the orphans, the prototype will survive and continue with their plans for this world. What are those plans exactly? Well, that's what I plan on exploring in one of our future theories. So again, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it, and in the meantime, friends, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere.
Okay. We have 2 more game theories, and then we got a couple of these, and then the teaser trailer, then another game theory, and then trailer, and then game theory, and then thing, trailer, game theory. We have a lot of stuff left.
Hour of Joy was an
Let's watch this
inside.
one. Okay. Game theory: I solved the Hour of Joy Poppy Playtime.
The Hour of Joy was an inside job. You heard me right. Poppy Playtime's biggest and most consequential event didn't just happen because the toys wanted to rebel one day. It all hinged on the help of one employee, and I know exactly who it was. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is on this VHS right here. But to watch it, you'll need to hit that subscribe button. Yeah, YouTube snuck in the night and replaced my play button with a subscribe button. Listen, I don't make the rules. Let's just go along with their weird plan for now. I'm sure it won't backfire in any way whatsoever. Today, we're diving, or should I say falling, back down the Bunzo Bunny rabbit hole that is Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. Last time we focused on how this story is going to end, with us sacrificing ourselves to save everyone, but in the end, we'll actually save no one. The prototype would survive and go on to wreak more havoc on the world. So with that positive outlook, and the fact we can't really look much further forward than that, I wanted to instead look behind us, to the start of the prototype's plan, the Hour of Joy. The Hour of Joy is the moment from this franchise, the moment that separates the lore of Playtime's past from the games we're physically playing. And just like last time, thanks to Chapter 4, we have been given a few very small clarifying details that tell us exactly how the Hour of Joy came to pass. Because while the prototype is incredibly clever, and while the toys are incredibly strong and hungry, it turns out they couldn't pull off this plan on their own. They needed help. They needed someone who would go along with their weird plan. A plan that would almost certainly backfire on them for doing so. Maybe watch your back, theorists. As I've mentioned, in order to look back and figure out an earlier part of the franchise, we need to actually take a closer look at one of the more recent additions to the series and work backwards, because it's not really an indie horror franchise if you're not retroactively adding lore to previous games with new ones. One of the new VHS tapes in Chapter 4 presents us with an image of a character we haven't really seen in a good while, a resource extraction specialist. These guys were the primary characters we played as in Mob Entertainment's spin-off multiplayer game Project Playtime.
Here's the job. You need to collect toy parts to make a giant toy. Get that giant toy on the train, then leave.
Sadly, this game has largely been abandoned by Mob for the last year and a half, which was a shame because it was a lot of fun to play.
It was pretty fun.
Someone made a fan cam edit of Mommy Longlegs to I Am Your Mother.
But more importantly, it was surprisingly useful for lore purposes. The main thing for us was that the toys were running amok around the factory, which sounded awfully similar to what happened after the Hour of Joy, the big event on August 8th, 1995, where the toys finally rebelled against Playtime Co. and took over the factory. You can see the connection, right? The Hour of Joy happens, the toys take over, and so Leith Pierre, ever the businessman, decides to send these resource extraction specialists into the factory in order to keep their giant toy-making operations alive, leaving them to fight off the giant toys that remained. That is the sequence of events that we've believed for a very long time. However, this Chapter 4 VHS tape tells us a slightly different story. You see, these tapes aren't just different colors. They also have their own labels to help us identify them. Things like Break Time, which was the tape with the security guards being on break that we talked about in our last video. Most of them are pretty on the nose, and this resource extraction specialist tape is no different, because on it is a label that reads 93 Theater Incident. If that name doesn't ring a bell, I don't blame you. We've only recently learnt about it during the Chapter 4 ARG. Man, Bob really did just hide all of their lore in this thing, hoping people would solve it and pay attention, rather than putting it somewhere like, oh, I don't know, in the actual game? I don't know what you're smirking at, FNAF. They learnt this from you.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, alright? I learned it by watching you.
Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, the theater incident. As the name suggests, the incident took place in the Playtime Co. theater. From what we could tell based on all of the burnt evidence photos we received, it was a fire that broke out and many people died. When the incident was then investigated by Playtime Co.'s private investigator, it was determined that the culprit was none other than Harley Sawyer. These two factors made it seem like a separate incident from the one in Project Playtime. They did both share the theater setting, but the ARG didn't give us any indication that the experiments were involved in the theater incident. It was just Harley Sawyer going insane and causing a fire. Now though, we have this tape that not only confirms the resource extraction specialists were there because of the theater incident, it also confirms that the experiments were loose during the theater incident, just like they are loose in the theater of Project Playtime.
And are we just stopping the experiments back where they came from?
Because I guarantee it won't be so easy to toss a new coat of paint over 60 visitors dead, or the dozen resource extraction specialists who went swimming in the bellies of those things.
It just lines up too perfectly. Project Playtime is the direct result of the theater incident. Harley let the monsters out, they ran rampant across the facility, killing a bunch of people and setting the place ablaze, forcing Leith to create the resource extraction team in order to get the bigger bodies locked away once more. Now, this may seem like just a small change to our understanding of the Poppy Playtime line, but actually, this one alteration has massive ripple effects to other theories we've had over the years. One example is the identity of the player character. Thanks to the Orientation Notebook, I had theorized that its author, PW, a scientist for Playtime Co., might be the player character. They were able to write about the incident and the extraction specialists. So if the incident was the Hour of Joy, that would mean they had to have survived the Hour of Joy in order to talk about it. But if the resource extraction team was formed after the theater incident, as we are now being shown, that means PW likely suffered the same fate as their colleagues and didn't survive the Hour of Joy. Therefore, they can't be the player character. Now, there is still a chance that my theory is proven true down the line. We know the player didn't show up for work that day and was likely involved in the experiments due to the hallucinations in Chapter 3, focusing on their regret, and in Chapter 4, playing sounds from the lab at the end of the chapter, the place the experiments were happening. But right now, we just don't have any evidence that it was PW rather than just another scientist. And PW's diary...
Style or substance? Or here's another choice.
I've really missed a lot of Poppy Playtime lore. I actually made a theory video on it after Chapter 2 came out. And then Chapter 3 was like almost 2 years later. So I didn't really catch up that much on the lore after that. So I didn't really get into the ARG for Chapter 4. So if I do have time, I'll try to figure out what the new one is about. I'll at least watch the Sheep Rampage video.
Rather than just another scientist, and PW's diary entries do end the same day as the Hour of Joy, so I'm not particularly hopeful. This would also snowball into the current status of Leith Pierre. Again, because PW was writing about Leith forming the team, we thought that meant Leith was alive after the Hour of Joy. But as this is now tied to the theater incident, it's most likely that he too perished during the Hour of Joy like everyone else. However, the biggest change this has to our understanding about the lore relates to the VHS tapes that we received not in Poppy Playtime, but in Project Playtime. During each phase, we received a VHS tape that contained recordings of Harley Sawyer and his Bigger Bodies initiative. But at the end of each of them, the tape suddenly changed to a text-based message from a mystery character. Based on their use of plurals when referring to themselves, them saying things like, "You made us this way," and their use of the same telephone that Ollie used in Chapter 3, we believed this to be the prototype talking to us. Now that we know the Ollie we've been talking to is indeed the prototype,
What did you do with Ollie? I'm right here, Poppy.
this feels all but confirmed. The thing is, we've never really been able to put our finger on why they're talking to us, other than to feed us fans more lore. There are lines like, "You must prove yourself and we will call you when the time arrives," which felt like we were going to be part of some big master plan, though that didn't really make a lot of sense with Project Playtime being after the Hour of Joy. But now that we know this game comes before the Hour of Joy, and thanks to a special VHS tape from Chapter 4, things become much clearer.
How could this happen? There's fail-safes, security measures. It's impossible.
Personal agendas have long been the downfall of this company. Is it unreasonable to believe there were conspirators?
This VHS is titled Warden Office 8/8/1995, the same day as the Hour of Joy. And despite there supposedly being a bunch of systems in place, the experiments have managed to get through them and commit the Hour of Joy. That, my friends, is why the prototype is talking to us on the VHS tapes of Project Playtime. After the theater incident, they are looking for ways to kill everyone, to cause the Hour of Joy, but they need help from an employee. They are asking us to betray our colleagues and allow the toys to escape and kill everyone. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that the person watching the VHS tapes in Project Playtime is the same character as our player character in Poppy Playtime, and that's because of one crucial detail that we're given in this VHS tape.
But without executive access, how could anyone even get through?
It couldn't just be any old employee.
I just really feel like things are gonna be different this time. Oh, so it's real.
It's real.
Employee helping the prototype. It had to be an executive, someone with access to the Omni-Hand. For a while, we felt like our player character could be one of the executives, but more recently, it felt like that was less and less the case. And then in Chapter 4,
I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah,
Harley
it might have been
said this.
I can't say I remember seeing your face before.
Harley knows the executives very well. That's been clear since the beginning.
I think I don't know if it was that line, that like monologue specifically, or if it was something else in the chapter. But I remember when I was playing a couple weeks ago, I thought that same thing. I was like, it doesn't really make sense that we would be higher up in the company if he doesn't recognize us, you know?
So for us not to be recognized, we cannot be playing as one of the executives in the main series of games. But the person from Project Playtime that's watching the VHS tapes, the one that is helping the prototype, likely is. And the best part, I know which one it is. You might be thinking the answer is obvious. Harley. He's holding a big grudge against Playtime Co.
When I get my hands on you,
PW refers to him as one of the executives in the orientation notebook, and thanks to another VHS, we know he's been working with the prototype pretty much since Leith betrayed him and turned him into a discount FNAF endoskeleton.
even when this place was fully operational, we were beating our heads against this.
So of everyone, he's the one with motive to betray the company. The thing he lacks, though, is the means of which to do so. He was an executive before becoming an experiment himself, but he was turned into an experiment to take away some of his power.
From now on, you're here to give the lab boys answers when they need them, and carry out procedures when and how we tell you to. That's it.
In that tape with the Warden, he doesn't currently have access to the Omni-Hand, and so is using the Hour of Joy to manipulate the Warden.
It's 69, isn't it?
in order to get one for himself. But if it's not him, then who is it? Well, according to the warden, only 4 people have the executive access necessary to pull off something like this. Leith Pierre, Stella Graeber, Eddie Ritterman, and himself. Quick side note, but hey, look, we now know who the 4th slide was back in Chapter 2. With the warden being the 4th executive, it only makes sense that the
Eddie.
4th slide is his. So, good job, Mob, another minor mystery solved. Although, I have a feeling they didn't give us his name because they realized coming up with a name using the letters they left on the floor doesn't really work, but I digress. With there being only 4 potential suspects, it becomes pretty easy to narrow down which one
Is Eddie the warden, or am I hallucinating? What's happening? Hold on.
well, he doesn't currently have access to the Omni-Hand, and so is using the Hour of Joy to manipulate the warden in order to get one for himself.
Oh, I know what it is, Freb. I know exactly what it is. Never mind.
But if it's not him, then who is it? Well, according to the warden, only 4 people have the executive access necessary to pull off something like this. Leith Pierre, Stella Graeber, Eddie Ritterman, and himself. Quick side note, but hey, look, we now know who the 4th slide was back in Chapter 2. With the warden being the 4th executive, it only makes sense that the 4th slide is his. So, good job, Mob, another
What about
minor
Eddie,
mystery
though?
solved. Although
that would be 5 executives. What about Eddie?
I have a feeling
I don't
they didn't
understand.
give us his name because they realized coming up with a name using the letters they left on the floor doesn't really work, but I digress. With there being only 4 potential suspects, it becomes pretty easy to narrow down which one is our Project Playtime accomplice. It can't be the warden, as the VHS shows he's pretty scared and confused by the whole ordeal. You know, unless he's just the most incredible liar. But we've already got plenty of those in this series, so I don't think Mob's gonna want to go back to that well too often. Right, Mob? You don't want to go back to that well too often. It's also unlikely to be Leith Pierre, as he's all in on the Bigger Bodies initiative. He'd have no reason to want it to fail. He even keeps the Doctor alive as a computer specifically because he needs him to keep the project alive. So Leith is also off the table. Before Chapter 4, we didn't really know a whole lot about Eddie, but in this chapter, we finally get to hear from the man himself, and he's fun.
I'm a businessman, Mr. Silver, and I don't like to get angry. I get paid to see that things get done. And this, like everything else, will get done.
Man, why does the British guy always have to be so unapologetically evil? That leaves us with Stella.
That's basically what this video is about. If the next one is another 15-second unskippable one. Okay, that's fine.
Muscle function support. 1-a-day multivitamins made for you.
As our only remaining suspect. Stella has always been an intriguing character to me. Much like Rich, she's one of the few characters that's been around on these VHS tapes since Chapter 1. Her presence felt so important that in our very first theory, we suspected that she might have been the person turned into Poppy. We later changed our view on that due to some other evidence, and with this new chapter, it's very clear Poppy is Elliot's daughter.
I wish you were here, Dad. When you were running this place, you always knew what to say.
But that left Stella without any real role to fill. And yet,
Yeah, I
she
didn't
is
find
still
that tape,
very
I don't think.
present and being shoved down our throats. Like she does have an important role that we just haven't figured out yet. Maybe this could be it. Except thanks to another VHS tape in Chapter 4, we hear Stella talking to Leith about being completely on board with the Bigger Bodies initiative, just like
Yep.
all the others.
Well, the work itself, what you've all been able to do, I mean, it's nothing short of a miracle. That's a change I want to help make.
And like that, we are out of executives, and Stella's role is once again left unanswered. Or it would be if it weren't for one thing: the timeline. In the Chapter 3 ARG, there was a note about the Bigger Bodies version of Catnap being introduced to Playcare. Stella has written part of that report, so this takes place after her meeting with Leith in the Chapter 4 VHS. And yet, despite saying in the meeting that this is for the greater good, her focus is less on Catnap's effectiveness and more on how the kids were responding. She states that she actually doesn't want to use Catnap on the kids because it will scare them. And even despite the kids warming to him, she claims to, quote, still have reservations. While she said that she was okay with everything to Leith, really, she still wants to protect the kids. In the actual Chapter 3, a
She didn't say she was okay with everything. She said that she doesn't like what's happening, but that she knows that what it is probably for the greater good. But she doesn't like it, though.
This shows how excited she is to have one of the children adopted, only to realize that they are one of the children being used for an experiment.
For the love of God, dude. There was one like 2 minutes ago.
One of the children being used for an experiment.
Amazing. You'll be perfect for... Oh, it appears there's been some complications. The form says testing. You're in charge of all this! How could you not know? I don't. I'm sorry.
Now, there is a world where this tape happens just before the one we find in Chapter 4. That this incident is the reason Leith has to tell Stella what's going on. But listen to that clip again and pay attention to Stella's delivery.
You're in charge of all this! How could you not know? I don't. I'm sorry.
That "I'm sorry" is what does it for me. She spends the conversation saying she doesn't know what's going on or what testing means. But her "I'm sorry" feels weighty, knowing even. She is the head of Playcare. She should know everything that's going on, and if she didn't, I don't think she'd be keeping her composure quite so well. But she's not panicking or promising to resolve the issue. She just sounds crestfallen, defeated, like she's had the realization that it's another kid she couldn't save. Because she does know what testing means. Then finally, in the Chapter 4 ARG, right after the theater incident, we get one more recording that shows us that Stella, once again, still cares for people.
Poor people. Did we really have to...
did what was necessary, Miss Granger.
Of course.
Despite supposedly being on side with Leith, she continues to question their violent methods and then stutters when trying to keep her composure. Because if she doesn't, she could end up like those poor people.
Word of this doesn't breathe beyond the factory's wall. I've made sure.
What we're seeing are the cracks in Stella's armor. She tried to get on board, to see things as Leith did, but she could never really justify Playtime Co.'s actions. The theater incident showed that the progress Leith had promised her wasn't being made. The kids were still becoming monsters, but she also knew there was nothing she could do about it, making her the perfect candidate for the prototype's plan. After the theater incident, Stella went back to her
So it's
office.
like she was like, I hate that this is happening. These kids deserve better. I'm gonna make these kids kill all the people that are trying to kill them, or trying to turn them into these things. Get their revenge. I can kind of see that.
The Playcare. And that is when the prototype reached out through the tapes. He asked her to trust him and sent her his iconic Ollie phone to feed her more instructions when the time was right. In the Phase 2 tape, the prototype recognizes that she wants answers from them and promises they will come in time. If Project Playtime hadn't been unceremoniously abandoned, I believe we'd have seen those answers. They would have been the prototype telling Stella exactly what she needed to do and promising her what he'd promised everyone else, that the orphans and the toys would all go free, escaping their horrible fate. All she'd have to do is use her executive access, the Omni Hand, to open the way for the prototype and all the toys to escape. And hearing that there was finally a chance to save the orphans without the wrath of Leith or Eddie coming down on her, I have no doubt that she would have accepted that deal. But as we know oh too well at this point, all of that was just another one of the prototype's lies.
I thought we were gonna leave. Leave the factory. This prototype says we can't leave. Not now, not ever.
He lied to everyone about what the Hour of Joy was. The toys didn't escape. They killed everyone in the factory, and the orphans were locked away inside the prototype's lab. Just like Poppy, just like all the toys, Stella had the rug pulled out from under her. She was tricked, and based on how the prototype was more than willing to punish Poppy when she didn't agree with his motives, he definitely wouldn't have been above killing Stella too once she realized she'd been sold a lie. That being said, I'm not totally sure that's how Stella's story ends. I'll admit, this is a little more on the speculative side, but just like how I've been convinced Rich is going to be way more important to the actual games because he keeps showing up in VHS tapes in every chapter, I'm also convinced that Stella has to be more directly involved with the games rather than just being an off-screen character. If we think about it, she was in charge of Playcare. She cared for the orphans not just on an emotional level, but physically cared for them inside the facility. If the prototype wanted to keep these orphans alive for all these years, he might need someone with the skills and desire to help him do that. Stella had helped once before. She'd proven her trustworthiness, so why not have her continue to help him while he worked with the doctor to find whatever this secret is.
I'm still your best shot at cracking that secret.
And as for Stella, while she may not have appreciated being lied to, she saw what happened to anyone that opposed the prototype. We also know that when push comes to shove, she will bend the knee, just like she did with Leaf. I could easily see us entering the labs in Chapter 5, but when we find the orphans, it won't be the prototype we face. It'll be Stella, or whatever it is she's become. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. We can not only figure out how exactly Chapter 5 is going to end, we...
Sure. Okay, we have one more, and then we have a couple lore videos. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I'm back. And no, I have no idea if it was PW. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know anything about PW because I don't have the handbook, nor do I know anything about it other than what he's talking about right now. So maybe, I don't know, but I don't know if there's any indication of that at the moment. And if there is, I don't know what it is. So anyway, next theory, what everyone else missed about the prototype. Let's go.
What is the prototype's secret? Ever since the release of Poppy Playtime Chapter 4, this is the question that everyone has been asking. And after several weeks and
also,
many whiteboards later, I believe I finally cracked it.
15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes.
Hello, Internet! Welcome.
Just because the game comes out at noon, so I need a little bit of time to buy it and download it, so.
The Game Theory, the show that's been clawing at the prototype's door, begging for lore.
Let me in! Let me in!
But today I say, no more! I'm barging through like the Juggernaut to reveal to all of you the answer to the biggest mystery of Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. In our previous episodes, we've been putting the prototype under a microscope, looking at where their plan started and how it's going to end. But the thing that I've yet to address is why. Why is the prototype doing all of this? I've actually teased at it a few times in previous...
No, I know who PW is, because he's been talking about him. I just haven't read the book, nor have I looked at the ARG, so I don't know like anything about him.
Episodes, because the game has, as usual, been purposefully coy about the whole thing, simply referring to it as the secrets.
You know I'm still your best shot at cracking that secret.
The trouble is, knowing there is a secret isn't really satisfying in and of itself. No, we theorists need to know what this secret is. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing what the prototype's true goal is, why he was willing to work with Harley again despite being infamously tortured by him, and why our traitor sidekick Poppy is so important to everything. Well, dear theorists, I can say that after weeks and weeks of research, digging into parts of the game no one ever expected us to look at, I believe I figured out exactly what the secret is. And it not only answers everything I've already mentioned, but it also, for the third time, gives us an explanation for the prototype's true identity. Fair warning though, this may be my most insane theory to date. Yes, even more than Shadow is a genie. But if you stick with me, I promise you there's method in the madness. So, no more delays. It's finally time for us to learn what this Playtime Co. secret truly is. We're first told about this secret on one of the VHS tapes called Time. We hear Harley Sawyer and the prototype going back and forth about an experiment they're doing and how Harley is failing to get results.
Your suggestions?
To produce the results I'm after.
When Harley asks for more resources from the lab, the prototype refuses. When Harley asks for more time, the prototype refuses. Doesn't really sound like you're setting the guy up for success there, 1006.
To be fair, that was
Did Playtime Co. not offer any managerial training? Oh, who am I kidding? This is the company that decided flesh-eating toys made of children was a good idea. Anyway, while Harley and the prototype are purposefully being obtuse when it comes to saying what the secret is, they do give away a few details in the conversation to give us a head start. Firstly, Harley has convinced the prototype that he is the only one with a chance of helping him with this project, whatever it may be. Harley was the head of special projects and was the brain behind the Bigger Bodies initiative. So for him to be the best shot of figuring out the secret, it's clearly something that needs his genius, likely some kind of scientific experiment. Although it's also clear that this isn't the same kind of experiment he was doing with the Bigger Bodies. Harley has done hundreds of those experiments and been relatively successful, and yet he doesn't know the answer to cracking this secret. That being said, that doesn't mean it isn't somewhat related.
That will give me labs access.
That is out of the question.
Harley isn't allowed in the labs, which Poppy has told us is where the orphans are being kept.
The orphans weren't killed during the Hour of Joey. They're below. In the labs. The prototype's home.
The prototype has been portrayed as the guardian of the orphans since the Chapter 3 ARG, and so him not wanting to let Harley near there makes a lot of sense. He doesn't want Harley going back to his old ways and using the kids to middling results. But Harley then talks about not having many test subjects left, which implies that there is some kind of connection between the work Harley was doing for the Bigger Bodies and this secret, like humans are involved somehow. And the final detail we have is that, for some reason, there's a time crunch on figuring out the secrets.
The situation necessitates it be done.
This makes me think it once again has something to do with the orphans, who have supposedly been sleeping for 10 years. Maybe they're about to wake up, or maybe they're slowly dying. It's hard to say, but regardless, we have our initial base of options. Though this VHS tape isn't the only thing pointing us towards the answer. At the end of the game, we are trapped inside the ventilation system alongside Poppy and Kissy Missy. Ollie then calls us on the phone, revealing themselves to be the prototype. During this exchange, he doesn't mention the secret specifically, but he does give us a bit more insight into another one of his mysterious motivations, his obsession with Poppy.
Always been about you and
what we are. That's not a truth that can be brought away. No, not when it can mean so much more.
The emphasis is on what 1006 and Poppy physically are, and that it could mean a lot for other people. Immediately, my mind went to what we saw from Poppy's cut lines in Chapter 2.
Being able to exist as a doll, it has killed so many people.
But if it's just that they are living toys, Harley mostly already figured that out. And why wouldn't he have mentioned Kissy, Huggy, or the hundreds of other toys? No, there's something different about their existence specifically, and we aren't the only ones wondering about what that is. In both Chapter 3 and 4, we learn that 1006 and Poppy are being studied by Harley and his team.
I learn something new about you every day.
It's been weeks and weeks of taking things out and putting them back in and taking things out and
He was trying to figure out what made them tick, what made them different, but he wasn't able to replicate them. He had some successes, but there was still more he could learn from them, almost like he hadn't truly figured out the secret to their existence. And with there being an implication that the secret is in some way related to the experiments going on at Playtime Co., I feel like our answer has to lie with these two characters. So, what do we know about them that's different from every other toy? Honestly, not a lot. The prototype is being kept purposefully mysterious, to the point that we've only ever seen an arm and the shadow of some spider-like legs. The only real details we know about him is that while he's called the prototype, he wasn't truly considered a success by Harley. That honor went to Boxy Boo 154 experiments later.
The first of many, naturally. You have proven my bigger bodies initiative a success.
We also know the prototype is incredibly intelligent, something that they actually wanted to repress in future experiments.
Further suppression treatments will need to be enacted to ensure that no other experiments develop these qualities.
And thanks to the background text in the first trailer, we know that he has a digestive tract like all the other toys, but he didn't require food to survive. All of those are interesting details, and Poppy does seem to share some of those characteristics, but I just couldn't figure out a way to connect them back to the secret that is supposed to mean so much more. Instead, let's try turning our attention to Poppy, because while she is arguably just as mysterious as the prototype, there's one big difference between her and all the other toys that stands out like a sore thumb: her creation. All the other experiments were created by Harley from kids who were raised inside the playcare, but Poppy was created from Elliot Ludwig's daughter, who died tragically in the 1960s.
In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest.
She also wasn't created by Harley, but we believe by her own father, Elliot. From what we can tell, his approach seemed vastly different to the approach Harley took during the Bigger Bodies initiative. Harley is a neurosurgeon. We saw his credentials during the Chapter 4 ARG. His specialty is focused around the transferring of the brain, and therefore a person's consciousness, and reactivating it once it's in their new toy body. But the fact that even after thousands of attempts, they still couldn't recreate the perfection of Poppy, it's telling us that the way Harley is doing it isn't correct. Though we've had no idea how Elliot actually made Poppy. That is, until now.
Kashi Crunchy Bars and Chewy Bars are made with real, simple
back over all the evidence Elliot actually made Poppy. That is, until now. While I was going back over all the evidence we've gathered over the last year of Poppy Playtime releases, I realized that there was a part of the Chapter 4 ARG I haven't really talked about: the maze. This was right near the end of the ARG, and in it we are shown a bunch of text on screen with hyperlinks that take us to new pages with new text and new hyperlinks. If you managed to get to the end of the maze, you were rewarded with the very important letter about Harley's removal from the Young Geniuses program. But that isn't the part I wanted to focus on. We've already talked that one to death on this channel. Instead, I took a look over the dozens and dozens of different text screens we got as part of the maze. They all appear to be from Harley Sawyer's perspective, usually talking about how you shouldn't be here or I can see you. Some even reflect questions the audience asked Harley during the ARG, like, do you ever look back upon your past in regret? These thoughts, they aren't mine. But as I went through them, there was one in particular that stood out. Is it her? That's impossible. Severely understated. The organization of older established biological sciences like embryology. How did you get in here? The part of this that caught my attention initially was this word: embryology. Embryology is a branch of animal biology that focuses on the prenatal development of sex cells, fertilization, and, as you may have guessed, embryos. This felt out of place given what we know about Playtime Co.'s experiments. Harley was using pre-existing brains and other vital body parts to create the toys. The science wasn't looking at things on a cellular level or from a developmental standpoint. However, this isn't the only time that this word comes up in the ARG. If you've seen our recent Poppy Brogard's timeline short, you may know where I'm going with this. And if you haven't, you should probably subscribe so you don't miss out on crucial lore drops like this. Let's see if you can do it faster than I can summarize this short. Ready? Go! During the ARG, we learnt about the now infamous theater incident via a zip folder that contained a number of photos of burnt items. Some were torn toys. One was a theater projector, but one was a torn-up document. This document contained phrases from Harley cursing Elliot Ludwig for kicking him out of the Young Geniuses program. Though, if you look closely, the document he wrote on wasn't just any old document. It's actually an excerpt from a research paper, Unifying Biology, the Evolutionary Synthesis and Evolutionary Biology. Now, this paper was originally published in 1996, which breaks the timeline every which way from Sunday, but regardless, it is a very interesting read when considering what we've already been talking about. And time! Did you do it? Did you hit the subscribe button? Oh, you did. Huh, I need to up my game, give you guys a real challenge next time. But anyway, this paper discusses how science has approached evolutionary theories
I think I
over
did see
years,
that
with the
short.
parts we're seeing from the theater incident referencing how Darwin's natural selection theories and evolution in general were almost entirely abandoned by the scientific community at one point. Scientists at the time wanted to lean away from what they considered natural sciences and focus more on the newer, shinier, experimental sciences like embryology. Oh hey, there it is again. Basically, rather than just observing larger changes over long periods of time, you could do experiments on the cellular level of embryos, observe their development, and potentially alter their evolution through direct environmental factors. And all of this was happening, get this, during the 1930s, exactly when Elliot Ludwig founded Playtime Co. That, along with this being something that Harley had in his possession during his time in the Young Geniuses program, implies that this isn't a coincidence. This was the foundation of Elliot's scientific philosophy. Elliot was always keen on innovating the toy world, making puppies out of biological parts. Just instead of using parts from rats or children, as we've all suspected, it looks like Elliot was trying to continue the expansion of evolutionary science, creating embryos that would develop and evolve into their toy bodies, allowing them to be fully working, functioning, living toys. He could even control their development to mean they wouldn't require food to survive. When Harley brings up embryology, it's because he remembers studying it under Elliot. He knows that it's the only way this could be possible. But hang on, if Elliot's method is about creating and developing new life from embryos rather than stealing life from someone else, how is the Poppy we know Elliot's daughter? She died in the 1960s, and yet this Poppy knows that Elliot is her father.
I wish you were here, Dad.
In the cut lines from chapter 2, she also seems to be aware of what exactly she is.
And I am the cause. Being able to exist as a doll, it has killed so many people.
And when Harley asks, is it her, he follows up with, that's impossible. He's not referring to just any generic Poppy. Those weren't impossible, they were a dime a dozen, actually. He's referring to this very specific Poppy, Elliot's daughter. Her being alive, conscious, inside a Poppy doll, that should be impossible, even with Elliot's embryological prowess. There has to be a part of this that we're missing, and indeed there is. Because as I looked more and more into embryology, there was one particular expansion in the field that I kept coming across: cloning. Which I recognize sounds completely insane, but please trust me, this actually ties everything together really nicely. Cloning is just embryology with a slight
If that's
twist.
true,
Rather than going through
Poppy is not beating the Bendy inspiration allegations because that's basically the plot of Bendy, like using the ink machine to create a clone of somebody inside the ink world, you know?
the fertilization process, cloning works by putting an already developed cell nucleus inside an empty sex cell like an egg cell. At least this is how we got the first ever cloned animal, Dolly the sheep, back in 1996, the same year that evolutionary paper was published. From there, the cells divide into a viable embryo and then into whatever creature the cell originally came from. Because there's no fertilization, there's no mixing together of different DNA. Instead, it's identical DNA to the original donor. Elliot has mastered embryology and found ways to make embryos develop as he needed to create skeletons, organs, eyes, all within a toy body. So when his daughter was dying tragically in the 1960s, would it be unreasonable for him to use that knowledge to take her cells and put them into the embryos he was using to make the biological Poppy dolls, forcing it to develop more intelligence and personality so it could actually become his daughter rather than a generic living doll like the others, essentially negating the whole being dead thing. Now, Now, in reality, cloning doesn't really transfer things like memories
Sounds
or
like
personalities. That is known as the resurrection fallacy,
Robot
and it's
from
a
Invincible.
bit of a misconception. Your memories and personality are products of your environment rather than your inherent nature and DNA, which is a whole debate in and of itself that we're not going to go into today. However, it's possible that Mob is going down the more sci-fi route with this. I mean, we've got kids being turned into toys. What isn't sci-fi about this series? In many a sci-fi franchise, we've seen clones show up with their original memories intact. Heck, even Garten of Banban has been using this trope when it comes to making their mascots out of other people's DNA. This could very well be what's happening in Poppy Playtime, with Elliot's daughter essentially continuing her existence as Poppy rather than this Poppy being an entirely new person just with the same DNA, which is then why she knows about what she is and who her father is. But at the start of all this, I said that the secret had to do with both Poppy and the prototype, and from what we can tell, Elliot didn't make the prototype, Harley did. So all this embryology stuff can't be the secret, right? Well, since I made that initial point, we've realized that Harley not only knew about Elliot's embryology, but was being trained in those same methods, and that he knew exactly what Poppy was. So looking at the
AI isn't here to replace you like everybody says. It's here to make you sharper, clearer, and faster. And that is exactly
this from a logical perspective, which may be rich for this franchise, but we're going to try anyway. If I'm Harley and I'm trying to recreate Poppy, the first thing I would do is attempt to do things how Elliot did them, using the poppy flower and embryology to try and bring to life the first successful bigger body, a creature that evolved to fit and combine with its robotic body. Obviously, it wasn't a total success, which would eventually lead to Harley abandoning Elliot's methodology for his own, making the prototype completely different to the other living experiments, and more similar to Poppy. But if Harley was following Elliot's methodology,
I guess
that would mean
that would in turn be like part of why like they're connected in a way, I guess.
To make this biological clone from. Someone whose life could be worth extending. Well, who better than the main man himself, Elliot? For a long time, we theorized that 1006 was actually Elliot Ludwig. Both of them were incredibly intelligent and both cared deeply for the orphans. Then Elliot was killed and turned into the prototype by Harley and the Playtime co-executives for getting in their way. And during Chapter 4, we got these lines from the prototype that had the entire fandom feeling like this had to be the case.
You can come home.
In the orientation notebook, PW talks about where Poppy is stored being a version of Elliot's home, where he and Poppy could spend time together. So the prototype telling her to come home felt really poignant. I just couldn't fully get behind it because of one piece of evidence that I pointed out in my first Poppy theory. There's a drawing in Elliot's office that is specifically addressed to Elliot, and with the drawing containing Mummy Longlegs, then this thing had to have been drawn after her creation.
So the idea would be that he is still alive and the prototype is a clone of him? Is that what he's saying? Because if so, that is a lot like Bendy. That's basically the plot of Bendy.
1991. That means he cannot be the prototype, as the Bigger Bodies experiments started in 1990, with experiments like 1188 being made that same year. 1006 comes before that, and so if it was Elliot, he'd have to be dead before this drawing was given to him. Now, I have seen people say that maybe the employees were just delivering stuff to his office despite the fact he was already dead, but the issue I have there is that Elliot's death was incredibly public. We hear people on the radio talking about it in Chapter 3. If everyone knew he was dead, then no one was going to address a drawing to him. So he would have to still be alive in 1991, and therefore cannot be the prototype. This was the dilemma I faced for weeks after Chapter 4 came out. It felt like so much was pointing towards Elliot being the prototype, but this one piece of evidence just couldn't let me justify it. But with our new ideas around embryology and cloning, we can have our cake and eat it too. Elliot can still be alive in 1991 to receive the drawing and hang it in his office, but he can also become the prototype, with all of his scientific genius, able to build new scientific marvels, his intimate knowledge of Playtime Co. and its systems, and his memories of his daughter being Poppy. However, wouldn't this mean that 1006 already knows the secret? It's just Elliot's method of embryology. If 1006 has all of Elliot's memories, then he could just do it again without any issue. Except there is an issue. The issue is that even Elliot's method wasn't perfect. Remember, there is one more detail about this whole secret that's unaccounted for. They are running out of time.
Time is precisely what we do not have.
If Elliot had figured out the next step of evolution, developing embryos that would naturally grow to fill the toys, able to use cloning in order that someone could live on as a toy, he'd have still missed out on the one thing that even Harley was trying to avoid.
But I am simply a man who escaped from incineration and embraced the infinite.
Cloning isn't without its flaws. Dolly the sheep began developing arthritis in 2001 when she was just 5 years old. Sheep do often get arthritis, but it's usually when they're much closer to the end of their lives, like 10 or 11. Scientists figured out that the cloning process was causing her to age faster, and the numbers would seem to back that up. The sheep Dolly was cloned from was 6 years old at the time of cloning, meaning even though Dolly was a newborn, her cells were technically already 6 years old. All of this meant that at the age of 6, Dolly was actually 12, which is the end of a standard sheep life expectancy. Sure enough, Dolly developed tumors in her lungs at 6 years old, leading to her death. Even if a clone could keep all the memories of its past life, elongating that person's life or bringing them back from the grave, you're only delaying the inevitable. Death will still come for you eventually. That's the thing with life, no one makes it out alive.
I don't know what I'd do without you. Oh, we're here.
Thank you so much.
And I believe we're actually seeing this in Poppy Playtime. Many fans have been quick to point out that in each chapter, Poppy's eyes have begun to change. You could chalk this up to the mob team just getting better as the chapters go on, finessing and improving the design.
She's getting older.
It isn't just that Poppy's design is getting more detailed. In each chapter, Poppy's eyes have become more bloodshot. In chapter 4, almost the entire side of her eye is red, which is way more than we saw in chapter 1, or even in the first Poppy VHS tape. Something has begun to change in Poppy. Her body is beginning to degrade. If she is a clone of Elliot's daughter from
which would be weird considering this the entire game takes place in like a couple days if anything. So like how is that happening to her so fast, you know?
1960s like we suspect, then she would be 50 years older than the child she was cloned from, likely putting her close to her 60s. The point where humans begin to experience rapid changes in their molecules and microorganisms, which can lead to age-related diseases. And speaking of diseases, Elliot's daughter died tragically in the 1960s. Usually when it's tragic, it's unexpected, which could mean something like a car crash, looking at you, David, but it could also mean a sudden unexpected illness. And if that was the case, cloning her could mean that this version of Elliot's daughter, Poppy, would be susceptible to the same disease. She could be dying from the same thing she died from the first time. The prototype would also be suffering with this issue. In one of our previous timelines, we've hypothesized that Elliot would have been around 28 in 1930 when he got divorced, because the average age for a man getting married in the 1920s was around 25. By 1990, he would therefore have been 88 years old, which is definitely old, but not old enough that he couldn't feasibly still be working at the factory. However, if he was cloned to make the prototype, that newborn toy would have been 88 to begin with, meaning that by 2005, when the game takes place, while he's only 15 years old physically, his cells are really up.
If McDavid and Bedard had an
I think he kind of oversold how crazy this theory is. It's not that crazy. The idea of the aging stuff, maybe that's not intended. So maybe he's not correct about that. But it's possible, right? And I think the idea of cloning itself is again not that crazy, especially considering how much this game does take from Bendy, like how much Bendy inspires these games. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the route that they went down.
103. Again, that is very old, but in 2021, there were nearly 90,000 people living across the US above the age of 100. So it's definitely possible, but if the prototype is aware of this, then he'd know he's in the minority, and that he may not be long for this world if he doesn't find a way to perfect the process.
Time is precisely what we do not have.
That, my friends, is...
Imagine, imagine chapter 5. Do we think it's the last chapter? Maybe. I don't know. I could definitely see it being the last chapter. But imagine it is the last chapter, and the way we defeat the prototype is just by, like, breaking his crutches so he just falls. His legs just break because he's an old man. That would be really funny. Anyway.
What the secret is. It's not just embryology. It's not just cloning. It's the method to achieve the next stage of evolution. Something that could, quote, mean so much more. Living forever. During the Chapter 4 ARG, Elliot said that scientific progress should always be to benefit humanity. Finding a way to cheat death, to clone yourself and live inside an immortal toy body, avoiding the need for food or rest, also eliminating disease and aging? That sounds like the kind of scientific development that would benefit the entire human race. Harley also said that immortality was his driving force.
Mortality is the curse of the weak. Fire that
When Chapter 5 coming out? In 2 days.
I strive to snuff that flame.
Wednesday.
And after all his time in the Young Geniuses program, I wonder where he got that from. He and Elliot may have had different approaches, but at the end of the day, they were both after the same thing. However, neither of them could figure out how to overcome the inevitable. Age and disease still haunt these quote-unquote immortal
At least
bodies.
directly.
Both the prototype and Poppy are dying, which is why the prototype, Elliot, is in such a rush to figure out the secret. The secret to ridding aging and death from these embryos. The secret of eternal life. To save him, his daughter, and the world from death. And with our player character's scientific background and connection to this company's experiments, I wonder if we might end up being the ones to help him figure it out. If we don't, there may be no way to save Poppy. Although she has betrayed us multiple times, so maybe that's for the best. But hey, that's just a theory.
So the idea would be like that we try to help Poppy and in turn we end up helping the prototype. Kind of.
A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. And
that was definitely not as insane as he made it out to be. Okay. So, this is the first of the lore videos that we're going to be watching today. This is a minute long. Restricted _ Omni tool. That's the... We got the Omni hand in Chapter 4, right? So, I assume this is about that. Let's go. Omni hand user guide. Omni hand. Looks like an Iron Man Infinity Gauntlet. Allows executive access to high clearance areas and equipment. For remote access, place the Omni chip in... Okay. Hello? Oh, that's Yarnaby. That's the Omni chip, I think. Alright. That's the doctor's eye. Thank you, and remember, if anyone asks, the Omni-Hand doesn't exist. You never saw this. What's the time? Playtime. That's funny. Okay. Interesting. So, we use the Omni chip to let Yarnaby in to somewhere? Okay. Let me go back. Right here, was it? Where was it? No, not there. Huh. Okay. There's something in the background there. I can't tell what that is, though. I think it's just an image of the Omni-Hand. Yeah, okay. Basically the CEO code from Secret of the Mimic. Okay. Let's move on to this one. This one is only 32 seconds long. Security _ 0783. So, July 1983, I guess. Okay.
Playtime co-security log 783.
never mind.
Entry to front lobby.
I guess I'm wrong.
Reached by a non-intruder.
2005. Isn't that when the game takes place? Oh. This is footage from Chapter 1. Okay. Okay. Huh. That's weird. Security 783. What? 0783. What does that mean? It's not it's not July 1983. So why is that? Is that just like, do people ever get the confirmation year for Playtime's events? I'm pretty sure it takes place in 2005. Hi, blah. I'm pretty sure it's in 2005, and this is just in Chapter 1, right? And 2005 is when Chapter 1 takes place. I guess we don't know what month of the year, but it's in 2005. That's when the game takes place. And then over here, we see this statue of Poppy, who we come across in the first chapter. He has the key, and then we see the player character grabbing the key, and then we hear them opening the door, going in, turning on the power, and then Huggy's moving, and he disappeared. Huh. So what's the point of that? Why are we being shown that? That's weird. Because this is just something... We know this happened already, right? So... It's Fortnite? It's footage for Fortnite? Is that what you're telling me? Jesus. Okay. Well, we have a Chapter 5 teaser trailer that we gotta watch next. 44 seconds long. Let's go. I don't think I've seen this one. I think I've seen one or two of the teasers, but I don't think I've seen this one. So this is the lab, right? I guess this is the area that we're going to be in Chapter 5. There's the prototype. What is that on the ground? Press me. It's on fire. It's burning. Okay. What was that? Hold on. Hold on. What was that? Okay. What's that? Is this part of the ARG? A needle pulls a thread. The body rises on the table. Is this it? Is this life? Footsteps echo off the manor floors. What do I do now? Where do I belong? The eyes glue to the screen. Transformation and rebirth. You think you know what he wants? You don't know anything. Not yet. Weird. What's that image in the background, too? Like, this is definitely like a shape of some kind. This looks like an eyeball. So it just glitches into this. And then into this. One frame later. And then this the next frame. Then this. It phases out. Okay. Huh. Interesting. It's literally one single frame is this. Okay. Weird. What is that? I'm guessing this is part of the ARG. It looks almost like the head that's in the prototype's hand in like the poster art of Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Well, that was that. I don't think there was anything else, right? Let me just double speed it. See if there's anything out there like glitches or anything. And what is all this? This looks like some kind of chemical. Yeah, there was a bunch of screaming. Oh wait, it looks like there's something else. Okay, what was that? Glitch. Nope, looks like nothing. Looks like it was just a glitch to that. There's another glitch there. Nope, just a glitch. Okay. Okay, looks like that's it. Okay. Cool. I think next we got another game theory. We have 3 more game theories to watch today. Jesus. So this is from November 15th. Yeah, by the way, I think I said this at the beginning, but just to remind you guys, this is basically I arranged every single one of the videos that we're watching in chronological order. So like in order of release. That's why we just watched some like security, the blah 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 lore videos, teaser trailer. That's why we watched those, because they came out between the game theories, basically. Too much game theory. Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, I don't trust everything the game theory says. I know they're wrong sometimes. I just want to watch those videos just to catch up on the lore that I did miss. But yeah, that's interesting. So that, like, text image, it looks like, it looked like it was something about, like, it seemed like it was, like, a first experiment, right? It felt like they were being like, oh, did we actually make new life with this thing? That's what it felt like. I could be wrong, but that's what it seemed like to me. Because it was like transformation life, is this life? It's like did we create life from this? That's what it felt like to me. And this isn't the lab, so that this should theoretically be where that life is created. So it makes sense. But I don't know. That's what I got from it. But I could be wrong. Okay. Game theory: the final mystery of Poppy Playtime solved. Chapter 5. 22 minutes long.
Poppy's Chapter 5 teaser is here, and the mysteries it holds for the upcoming chapter.
That's what we just watched, I think.
Thanks to one thing: Fortnite.
Jesus.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is determined to uncover the secret of the ooze. Not the Ninja Turtle kind, mind you, the Poppy Playtime kind. Because after a lot of radio silence, we've got on our first glimpse for Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. At the end of Chapter 4, we were abandoned by Poppy. We got split up from Kissy Missy, and we ended up locked inside the lab, surrounded by poppy flowers and a broken, yet still terrifying, Huggy Wuggy. We've been told that this is the domain of the prototype, the big bad of Poppy Playtime. So naturally, the hype for this next chapter has been real, and thankfully, this teaser did not disappoint. The teaser begins with more shots of these anticipated labs. There are cute drawings of characters on the walls, and the equipment is brightly colored. It almost looks like a children's hospital, which I guarantee you is more for appearances than to actually reflect the horrors that go on here. Because we quickly start to see what look like surgical rooms filled with old dried blood, a mysterious bubbling goo covering the floors, and a cutout of Poppy burning as this mysterious goo spreads across the walls. I've gotta hand it to Mob. They nailed the creepy, unsettling vibes for these teasers. And of course, this one is filled to the beaker brim with that stuff we crave, lore. Lore which I believe not only gives us insight into the foundations of Playtime Co.'s whole experimental process, but also might be warning us about a surprise return from a villain you wouldn't expect. So put on your lab coats, or some of our new Poppy Playtime merch from theoryverse.store, link in the description, because we've got to head to the lab and do some research into this Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 teaser.
Style.
When was Harley hired? I don't know.
Or here's another choice.
I don't know anything about the Chapter 4 ARG, and I only know some things from Chapter 4. Like, I didn't get all of the notes, I don't think. I didn't get all the tapes either. So there's some things that I did definitely miss. So I don't know really, when was Harley hired? I don't know for sure.
As I've mentioned, this facility looks more like a children's hospital than a lab. A lab is typically somewhere where scientific experiments are done. Sadly, however, as we've talked about many times before, for Playtime Co., children's hospital and scientific experiments go hand in hand. Over the previous chapters, we've learned that the orphans that come into Playtime Co.'s care are tested in the game station, tortured using the nightmare red smoke in the play care, and eventually taken away to be turned into the living toys we've encountered throughout the facility. On the operating table in one of the scenes, we can see 2 Huggy Wuggy mittens strewn across the lab, surrounded by blood and surgical equipment, proving that this lab is absolutely where these transformations happened, where Harley Sawyer, the mad doctor who came up with the idea for the Bigger Bodies initiative, did his finest work. What's even more concerning is that we were told in Chapter 4 that this is where the prototype is keeping the orphans who survived the mass extinction event known as the Hour of Joy.
The orphans weren't killed during the Hour of Joy. They're below, in the labs. The prototype's home.
Fortunately, it doesn't look like these
By now, they're
surgeries
probably
happened
dead.
recently. The blood on the floor looks old, dry, and faded, much like the blood we've seen in previous chapters from employees killed during the Hour of Joy in 1995. Plus, we know that the prototype didn't allow
Toronto's best music. Chum 104
Dude,
Live
we
has
just
your
watched an
paradise. Listen for your chance.
3 minutes in, we got into
Harley
ads.
access to this part of the facility once the Bigger Bodies took over.
That will give me labs access.
That is out of the question.
Fine.
So it's not like he could continue experimenting on the kids even if he wanted to. But while the prototype seems like it's trying to protect the orphans, that doesn't mean there isn't any experimentation going on. After we get shots of the surgical rooms, we are shown a room with the prototype's shadow creeping past in the hallway. But that isn't where the camera's focus is. The camera is instead drawing our eyes to the bright pink and orange bubbling goo that covers parts of the floor. Much like the gas mask in Chapter 3's teaser, this being emphasized shows us that this is going to be important to this part of the story. So, what is it? Well, just like with Chapter 3's teaser,
I'm not old enough to drink.
It's wild to assume that this has something to do with poppies. They are basically the MacGuffins of this series and have always been part of the scientific process for Playtime Co. All the way back in Chapter 2, we got this note on Elliot's desk about Experiment 814, where they were trying to revive rats by submerging them in poppy gel and then sending a current through it. This was where my brain immediately went when I saw the bubbling goop on the floor. That this is the poppy gel that we read about all those years ago. Obviously, that gel didn't work. Experiment 814 is considered a failure, but the writer, most likely Harley Sawyer, believed it would be possible with larger subjects. We then never hear about this gel again, so it is
I think I remember that. Was that in
possible
Chapter
Harley
2
was
or
right, and that this gel derived
I didn't
from
hear what he
poppies
said
did
about when
work
it
to
was,
revive its subjects once they
I think I
switched
remember that
over
note,
to
though.
children, and that is therefore the gel that we are seeing on the floor here. However, something definitely feels different about it. Originally, the subject was just put into the gel, as in around the outside of them. It was more of a conductor with electricity being sent through the gel to try and bring the subject back to life, with some help from the poppy flower, of course. But now, it seems more active, bubbling on its own, which is never a good sign, and in the final scene, as well as in the thumbnail for the teaser itself, the gel seems to have these vein-like structures coming out of it, almost like it's a living thing. Maybe this
Reminds
is
me a
how
little
they
bit of,
created the physical biology for the Bigger Bodies.
Last
While
of
they
Us.
used some human parts, as we've seen in previous notes, a child isn't going to have enough muscles or organ material to stretch over something as tall as Huggy Wuggy, but that's entirely speculation. We have no way of really knowing exactly what this gel is. Or that's what I thought, until I found out that there is very important poppy lore pertaining to exactly this in the most unlikely of places. Fortnite. Yes, you heard me right. Fortnite, the free-to-play battle royale, has poppy playtime lore. In October, Fortnite held their Fort Nightmares event. And that name is almost as confusing as the poppy playtime line. But regardless, as part of a preview, the week before the event, Mob Entertainment released a map called Poppy Playtime Escape Trials, which included Huggy Wuggy and the ruined critters as enemies to avoid. It's pretty straightforward in that regard. However, hidden throughout the map were Poppy Playtime's iconic notes and VHS tapes. At first, I thought this was just going to be stuff we already knew. Repeats of notes and VHS tapes from previous chapters. You know, just trying to get new fans hooked and caught up. But oh boy, was I wrong. These
CIBC is a founding partner of the Toronto Tempo and proud to champion every ambition.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
These notes cover so much new stuff that feels way too big for a random collab. For example, they just casually revealed Poppy's real name. Yep, the real name she had when she was a human before she died tragically in the 1960s and was turned into a toy by her father, Elliot Ludwig. Guys, we've been over this. Putting lore in a spin-off game is one thing. Expecting audiences to solve complex ARGs to keep up with the story is another. But this? There are so many people who just won't know about this stuff simply because they don't want to play Fortnite. You're an indie horror game. Battle Royales and indie horror games don't always have the best crossover audience. What's next? Does your Minecraft collab have crucial lore? Oh, please don't tell me your Minecraft collab has crucial lore.
It might.
Anyway, there's a note you can find that is a diary entry from her, telling us she's 11 in March of 1960, and she even signs her name. And that name is, drumroll please, Poppy. Yep, it's just the same name. I guess even the most creative minds have their off days. However, that isn't the note I wanted to focus on.
That's her name was Poppy before she was Poppy.
This document from Eddie Ritterman, the head of research, that was sent to Leith Pierre and Harley Sawyer, other executives at the company. Quote, poppy seed isolate, strain N12, times 100, organized fertilizer, synthetic
I would say
18 drums.
It's fine to have like small lore in Fortnite, I would say. I wouldn't mind that. But the entire, like, the biggest, like, lore reveals ever just being dropped on us in Fortnite is weird. Her name is Poppy and she turns into Poppy. I mean, maybe Poppy was named after her. Or maybe she was named after Poppy, you know? They were one of them was probably named after the other. But yeah, small lore details, like, just little things is fine. But, like, that... just like big lore reveals is kind of weird.
As always, we made sure to source materials from our carefully selected vendors.
I haven't, but I haven't. I haven't really, but I haven't looked into that lore much anyway.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. Like, what the heck is organized fertilizer? Did they mean organic, or is this some kind of fertilizer? Heck is organized fertilizer?
I forgot I'm not on stream mode on Discord right now. Or maybe it's telling you to organize the fertilizer 100 times. It could be that too.
Did they mean organic, or is this some kind of fertilizer that's able to arrange itself? Fertilizers, get in line. Single file. You, head over to Sector C, Quadrant 12, now, or it's the compost pile for you. I'm kidding, of course. The main thing that actually stood out to me was that these materials are being sourced for a so-called growth medium. So, not only was I right about this definitely being poppy-related, with poppy seeds being one of the 3 ingredients, but it also seems like we were on the right track with the idea that this goop is in fact used to grow something as part of their experiments. So great, theorist instincts for the win. But as this franchise loves to do, we can go a level deeper. No, editor, I said deeper, not higher. Not again. Why am I in space? Because today's partner is Foundation Galactic Frontier. Well, why didn't you say so? Originally a fantastic book series and then a popular TV show, Foundation Galactic Frontier or adventure.
Where are those shots, bro? I'm gonna need him to get through this.
Thanks again to Foundation Galactic Frontier for sponsoring this video, but now let me tell you a little more about this growth medium. See, there's one other ingredient on that list, synthetic amnio. Amnio is shorthand for the term amniocentesis, a procedure that involves taking a small sample of amniotic fluid for testing purposes. However, given the term is preceded by the word synthetic, and they're ordering 55 gallons of the stuff, I have a feeling that they aren't referring to the procedure, but the amniotic fluid itself. Amniotic fluid acts as both a protective cushion for fetuses growing inside the womb, but also helps deliver nutrients, water, and biochemical products to the fetus, which is interesting to bring up given a huge part of my previous theory was about the study of embryology. Embryology is the science of studying embryos, sex cells, and fertilization, and how you can alter their development and evolution through external factors. And we learnt about that from a document that we found in Harley Sawyer's possession during his time in the Young Geniuses program, a program run by Elliot Ludwig Ludwig many decades ago to help continue the push for scientific advancement. So I theorized that this was how Elliot, and therefore Harley, at least in part, were creating these living toys like Poppy, altering embryos that would grow into whatever toy body they were given. But not only is amniotic fluid connected directly to the idea that embryos are being used, it would also imply I was right about that last bit. Want to know a fun fact about amniotic fluid? The fetus doesn't just swim around in it, it ingests it, and doing so helps form things like the gastrointestinal tract. Now, remind me, what particular part of these living toys keeps coming up? Oh yeah, their digestive tract. In the original Poppy trailer, we were told that the prototype has a digestive tract like all the others, it just didn't need to use it. Ever since then, we've been reminded again and again that these toys are hungry.
My stomach, it hurts. Mine too. When's the last time you ate?
And given this fluid is labeled as synthetic, it means it's man-made, therefore able to be modified to do so much more than just the digestive tract. That's why it's being shown with these vein-like structures going off of it. It's literally helping to grow these structures inside the toy bodies. It is a growth medium on a whole new level. But that wasn't the only big thing from this teaser. There's one very crucial detail that I've yet to mention that I'm sure everyone is.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
Just 6 seconds. Just
has been screaming at me to talk about. The flash frame right before the title card. In this flash frame, we see a glitchy message that reads, quote, "A needle pulls a thread. The body writhes on the table. Is this it? Is this life?" Footsteps echo off the manor floors. What do I do now? Where do I belong? The eyes glued to the screen. Transformation and rebirth. You think you know what he wants. You don't know anything. Not yet. To me, this is clearly talking about Poppy. Her body was writhing on the operating table as she was transformed or reborn as a toy. The writer questions whether this can truly even be considered life, which would make sense for someone who's literally just seen a person reanimate as a toy. Even if you were a trained scientist, this would be unlike anything you'd seen before.
Yeah, that's basically what I said.
We theorized that Elliot may have used young scientists from the Young Geniuses program to help in Poppy's creation, which this would then align with. You then have the references to footsteps echoing off the manor floor. The only kind of manor we've seen or encountered, really, is where we originally found Poppy, which the survival logbook tells us is a replica of Elliot Ludwig's home.
Survival logbook.
There's also the hallways that we walk through during chapter 3, but we are hallucinating hard at this point, hearing radio broadcasts about a dead body being found on the premises of the late creator. So that also tells us that experiments were being done at his manor, or at least the first one was, the one to save his daughter. It's her footsteps that are echoing through the manor floors, unsure of who she is and, quote, where she belongs. Plus, you know, there's also the giant empty Poppy mask behind the text, with the scene originally being the Poppy cutout bursting into flames. It feels like it is supposed to be about her and her unique transformation. The first transformation. However,
and that's basically what I said. I said that it would be like the first time that this happened.
You think you know what he wants. You don't know anything. Not yet. If this is from the perspective of one of the young geniuses, or even just a scientist working in the manor on Poppy's transformation, this he would then likely be implied to be Elliot Ludwig himself. He was the man in charge and was the one that wanted to push science into the future. But if that's the case, then this line could also be assigned to our big bad, the prototype. The prototype has a huge amount of knowledge about Poppy and seems to have some connection to her that goes beyond just being another toy.
It's time to come home.
Which led me and many others to believe that the prototype isn't just another experiment, but Elliot Ludwig now turned into a toy. I actually proposed that it might be a clone of Elliot due to some timeline shenanigans, but that doesn't really matter right now. What matters is that this line about not knowing what he wants does ring very true for the prototype, especially amongst the theorist community. We've been theorizing about the prototype's plan since the very beginning of the series. For the longest time, we've believed he's building something massive, a brand new, even bigger body. In chapter 3, we saw Catnap worshipping what appears to be a recreated version of the prototype, made up of lots of broken toy parts. And in chapter 2, right before Mummy Longlegs died, she gave us these parts.
Bold flavors, bold refreshment. That's brisk.
shouting words.
What have you done? You'll make me part of you!
She then ends up broken on the floor and dragged away by the prototype. So naturally, this felt like a logical conclusion, especially given we see her arm on the shrine Catnap is using. But now, this teaser, it's made me go back and reconsider this idea. We're being told that we think we know what he's doing, making this bigger body out of broken toys, but in reality, we're wrong. And I'm kind of annoyed I didn't see it sooner, because right at the end of chapter 4, we got the return of the infamous Huggy Wuggy. He's a little broken and beaten up, but he's back, and from the screenshots on Steam, looks like he's once again going to be in hot pursuit of us throughout the facility. But if he's back, then he's been repaired, not made to be part of this bigger machine, which means he might not be the only one. So what did Mummy mean by make me a part of him? Well, I wonder if it isn't so much physically making them part of him, but mentally. With all these visuals of the growth medium poppy gel that seem to be branching out, it reminded me a lot of plants and funguses and how they share connections through neural networks, which drew me back to the note about the poppy seed intake. My research revealed that the naming convention they used for the poppy seeds doesn't really work that way, at least not typically. In a scientific setting, you'd use its given scientific name, as all strains of poppy have different names, making them easier to identify, such as Papaver somniferum for the opium poppy. The only time you'd refer to a flower or seed with a letter number combo like this is during experimentation contexts for things like breeding, which does make some kind of sense for this context when they need a specific strain for their experiments, but this naming convention also shows up in the world of Agrobacterium. Agrobacterium is a single-celled organism that lives in soil specifically, and there is one study I found about Agrobacterium that was found in composted poppy flowers. It's called R90, which is obviously not the same as the one we've seen in the document, but it does use a letter number naming convention. I mean, Mob clearly didn't want it to be a real strain, lest they send the world into a panic when nerds like me come along and figure it out. But Agrobacterium is super interesting nonetheless. They are attracted to chemicals released by plant wounds, and once they infect the plant, they multiply. But before they even find the plant, they are able to send a chemical signal to communicate with the plant to get it to release a special sticky substance that allows the Agrobacterium to attach itself to it. Now, we're talking about toys, not plants, but they are made up of a strange poppy-like concoction. So, what if this poppy gel isn't just how they make the organic parts for the toys, it's also essentially a bacterium derived from the poppy flower, one that has a chemical connection to others infected with the same stuff, allowing the prototype to know exactly where they are when they're injured, as we saw with Mummy, Catnap, and Kissy, fix them up, and even control them, making them a part of him, or at least his chemical agrobacterium.
Anyway. I swear to God. Okay, fuck you. Damn it.
Network. But here's the thing, if that's the case, then who's next? Huggy has already been revealed, but if 1006 is gathering up old toys we've defeated and bringing them back, maybe even making them more horrifying than before, which one of the many defeated monsters could it be? My money is the one who put us on this path to begin with.
What have you done? You'll make me part of you!
Yep, I believe it's going to be Mummy Longlegs, and here's why. Mob cannot let go of this character. We defeated Mummy all the way back in chapter 2, but since then she keeps showing up in other pieces of wider media. We get her appearing in artwork for things like Halloween. We see her continued presence in posters along with Daddy and Baby Longlegs. She even got an extra double-page spread in the orientation notebook, unlike Poppy and Huggy, who only got a single double spread each, which seems strange considering they're basically the faces of the franchise. But the big inclusion has been in the form of notes and VHS tapes. In the chapter 3 ARG, we got an incident report where a girl had a mental breakdown during the night due to the red smoke. That girl was Marie Payne, who would later go on to become Mummy Longlegs. And now we've gotten a bunch more notes and VHS tapes about Marie Payne and Mummy Longlegs thanks to, you guessed it, Fortnite. We have a note introducing the Longlegs family of toys. There's another about how Mummy Longlegs was introduced to experiment 1223, a color-swapped counterpart that they compared to Huggy and Kissy, so likely Daddy Longlegs. This actually ends up going badly and Mummy killed Daddy, with a different note discussing her integration into the game station after that incident. And then we get a transcript of an interview Mummy does with an employee. She doesn't say much except screaming that Playtime Co. took Maria from her, which feels like she's referring to herself, Marie, and how Playtime Co. robbed her of her true identity, which kind of calls back to the ending glitch screen from the teaser. What do I do now? Where do I belong? She has literally lost her sense of identity, words that the scientists would have heard echoed throughout the halls. And finally, there are then 3 new VHS tapes interviewing an orphan about the game station. In her second interview, she references how she likes Mummy, and in her third, she recalls how Mummy said she'll take care of them and won't let anybody hurt them. As we've seen in the past, when a chapter is building up to release, Mob goes all out, putting emphasis on characters that will be important to that next chapter. We saw it with Catnap in Chapter 3's teasers and ARG. We saw it with Harley Sawyer in the teasers and ARG for Chapter 4. We were given more notes and audio logs about their backstory and character, but we never got that for Mummy Longlegs. However, we seem to be getting it now, right at the time Mob is ramping up for Chapter 5. This amount of emphasis makes me feel pretty confident that Mummy and all this extra detail about her transformation has to be important to the story we're about to see play out in Chapter 5. It could be just as simple as we're going to learn more about the operation process and understand why Mummy and Marie had such a negative reaction to the whole experience. Or it's because we're getting a surprise return from Mummy, just like Huggy. Maybe broken, or maybe she's been infected with more of this poppy gel, growing her into an even more horrifying monster and making her a part of the prototype's hive mind. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, theorists, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
I have solved the ending of Poppy.
So basically he just thinks that she's gonna come back to life, pretty much. Okay. Sure. That was alright. Not a bad theory. Anyway. I don't know why I'm not saying anything. Anyway, next one is Welcome Home, Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 Cinematic Trailer. So, this one is much more, oh damn. When did Silent Hill take over? What? I thought Tomb Raider was winning. I guess Silent Hill won now. There's 27 votes. I did not expect there to be 27 votes. I thought that I thought it was gonna rest at like 15. And somehow Silent Hill took over. I apologize, Fred. Anyway, next up, the cinematic trailer. Let's go. 57 seconds. Hi, Poppy. Is this after she left at the end of Chapter 4? What is that? What is that? What? Is this a new character? Because I was kind of expecting the prototype to be the main villain, right?
We're going to have so much fun!
Who are you? Small glitch here. Yeah, it's just a glitch into that. Huh. Lily? Who is Lily? Huh. Kind of thought the prototype was the next main villain. I'm so good, dude. And Huggy. And what about Huggy? Him too. Okay. Okay, so let's watch this one. The prototype, another cinematic trailer. It's 1:45. Looks like a pink Huggy over there. This looks like the lab. There's a yellow hand. There's the prototype. There's a poppy like head. What is that? Huh.
It's time to go.
Chapter 5, Broken Things. Huh. And this is the release date. I watched part of this one, but not the whole thing. I saw the release date. That was basically all I saw. I think I saw like the ending shot of the prototype, but huh. Okay.
Switch to the RPC.
Interesting. Okay. So, got another game theory after that. So, is the prototype the main villain or not? I can't tell. But it seems like he's definitely doing some experiments, for sure. Okay. This one is game theory. The prototype is Poppy. Okay. What is he talking about? Anyway. 19 minutes and 31 seconds. Let's go.
I have solved who Poppy Playtime's prototype really is. No, for real this time. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
I wonder if it'll be kind of like how, it felt like we were getting close to the end of Chapter 4, and then we ended up having to go against, like, Doey. It might be kind of like that. Like doing the bombs and stuff, that felt like it was going to be the end. Even before the bombs felt like it was going to be the end. But then the bombs happened, then Doey happened, then we got to the end. So like maybe it'll be kind of like that, where like we're going to go against someone else, this Lily character. And then we're going to think that it's almost over, but really we're only like halfway done, and then we have to face the prototype. Maybe something like that. I assume Huggy will be like towards the beginning. And then I don't know what's gonna happen to him then, but anyway, let's watch.
That keeps asking, what's their deal? You see, theorists, this video was supposed to be my updated Poppy Play timeline. Every single year, I do one of these videos, and when I do, I go back and recheck all of the official canon media to see if there's anything I've missed. And I do mean all the canon media. The game, the 2 ARGs, the book, the Roblox spin-off, the Fortnite collaborations, the Minecraft collaborations, and yes, even those dodgy NFTs we don't like talking about. All with the plan of having it ready for Chapter 5's release. I thought it was actually going to be pretty simple. Chapter 4 didn't really change that much from our previous timeline. All I would have to do is polish up some things, add our Chapter 4 theories, and that's it. Easy peasy. But then, Mob released a few new teasers. And with them, I noticed one small detail that completely changed my understanding of this franchise's arguably most mysterious character. Experiment 1006, the prototype. He's the big bad of this series, and it's looking like we're finally going to get to meet him face to face in this upcoming chapter. But for the fan base, the main thing we've been wondering is, who is he? First, we thought it was Elliot Ludwig, the founder of Playtime Co. Then we thought it might have been Rich, the disgruntled factory worker that climbed the ranks. Then we thought it was Elliot again, only this time he was a clone. It's complicated, don't ask. The point is, with every new update, we think we've nailed down his identity, only for another update to drop that throws the identity into question once again. But now, loyal theorists, I feel like I finally, truly cracked it. And it answers everything. Why is he obsessed with Poppy? What makes them different from the other experiments? And what it all has to do with Elliot Ludwig's embryology experiments. So, put on your trusty grab pack, theorists, because it's time to launch ourselves.
Is he gonna say, like,
theory. Try not to get too...
that the prototype was just another clone of Ludwig's daughter? Is that it, maybe?
Shocked by the answers. I promise they're not too much of a stretch.
Bro.
Alright, I'm done. Let's get on with it. So, first things first, let's talk about what exactly this guy is going to look like. Up until now, all we've really seen of them is their spindly fingers and their shadowy, spider-like legs. Well, over the holidays, Mob decided to give all of us a present. More details about 1006's appearance. The main one is this New Year's Day post that shows Poppy standing opposite the prototype's hand, which is holding a poppy flower with 4 of its legs stretching into the light. It's quite an intimidating image, although Poppy is very small, so I'm not sure he'll be this large and intimidating in reality, but looking at the legs, we can see that we have been right about at least part of 1006's creation. We suspected it to be a hybrid of human parts and machines, given the bone-like structure in the arm as well as the red and blue veins that run up and down it. And here we can see that the legs aren't just mechanical. They involve muscles and tendons that you would see on joints like this to help the legs move. And you can see these muscles even closer on the limited edition shirt that we've got right now at theoryverse.store. It's only available for the next 48 hours, so click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to grab it this weekend before it's gone for good. But that wasn't the only interesting part about this New Year's Day image. I mentioned 1006 is holding a poppy flower. Well, now take a look at this Christmas artwork Mob posted. See anything familiar? No? How about now? Still no? Okay. How about now? Right in the back is a picture of a man holding a poppy. This image specifically is actually based off of a tarot card called the Fool. I mean, just look at them. They're practically identical. Tarot cards have a lot of different meanings and interpretations, but one that I got from our HR manager and resident tarot card reader Rachel is that while it can represent good things like new beginnings and childlike confidence, it can also represent naivety, ignorance, and lack of experience, with the outcome being to try and encourage the reader to be cautious and warning them of the importance of being informed and prepared. All things which to me sound just like the prototype. We know they're experimenting with finding the secret, something which he needed the doctor's help with, but now the doctor's gone. So 1006 is on their own working on the experiment. They haven't got that experience and they're naive about how easy it's going to be to overcome, jumping off the edge of the cliff with reckless abandon like the fool walking off the cliff in the tarot card. So if this is meant to be the prototype, what does that tell us about his design? Well, the fool is often portrayed as a red, blue, and yellow jester-like character. And if you've been a fan of this franchise for as long as I have, alarm bells just started going off in your head. During the Chapter 4 ARG, there was a jester that appeared in one of the puzzles after you put all of the versions of Harley's notes together. At the time, we wondered if this was going to be the upcoming Doughy the Dough-Man, or maybe another Chapter 4 villain we'd yet to meet. However, nothing ever came of it.
So is that Lily then?
Experiment, nothing.
She kind of
so
looked like a
just sat there living
jester-ish,
in my
like her
head
boots.
rent-free, haunting me until now. Because if the prototype is associated with a card often depicted in Playtime's signature red, blue, and yellow color scheme, then I think we have found our match. The prototype 1006 is the missing jester. Just look at the arm holding the poppy again in the New Year's teaser. It looks like a grab pack, sure, but it also looks like a yellow sleeve with a blue puffy shoulder in the background, like the one we see on the tarot card. And sure, he has spider-like robot legs and arms, but they've specifically kept the rest of him hidden. The part that I suspect will look like a jester toy that we've yet to be introduced to. I mean, he is a prototype after all. Clearly they weren't
What did
able
Lily
to
look
make
like?
him
It looked
a
like she had like
perfect
a
toy.
like
They
jester
had
like
to make some compromises, like nightmare-inducing spider legs. Now, that's all well and good. I'm finally glad we were able to make some use of this random jester clue, but that's just what he looks like. Let's be honest, what we really want to know is who the prototype is, or should I say who they were before they became the prototype. All All the toys here were children transformed into toys. Even Poppy was the daughter of Elliot Ludwig brought back from the grave. As I mentioned earlier in our last Chapter 4 theory, I theorized that it was a genetically modified clone of Elliot Ludwig himself.
She does have a Jester-like design.
Monstrous metal frame as part of the Bigger Bodies initiative. It was mainly due to this line.
It's time to come home.
In the orientation notebook, we saw that Elliot had recreated his and Poppy's home inside the factory, the room where we first met Poppy in Chapter 1. So for 1006 to be calling her home, it felt like it was referring to their home. But
Thank you so much.
I don't know.
I owe you one.
No worries.
Navigate the season in the new Kia Sportage.
It probably is meant to be the...
Get great leasing and finance offers.
Yeah.
Kia.
Yeah, it probably is meant to be the prototype. I don't know.
as I was going back through all of the dates and documents for my timeline video, which is harder than you'd think because most of the documents in this game are left completely undated, which is horrible business practice, by the way. Yet another reason why Playtime Co. is completely defunct, but regardless,
yeah,
doing
how
it, I rediscovered
work.
this document from the Chapter 3 ARG. It's the case report for Catnap, and in it, Leith Pierre, the head of innovation, mentions that Catnap is getting on very well with the prototype, and that Lockhart, their private investigator, had some theories about why that is, dating back to 1989. Now, we know that Catnap wasn't created until November 20th, 1990 under Harley Sawyer, thanks to the orientation notebook, which means this 1989 theory must be related to 1006. But that presents us with a dilemma, because Harley Sawyer didn't start the Bigger Bodies initiative until he rejoined the company on January 15th, 1990, meaning 1006 isn't a bigger body, but something else. This explains why Harley struggled so much with the creation of the Bigger Bodies. The earliest experiment we know of Harley's officially was Experiment 1015. It's noted as being a complete failure, which felt a little unusual if Harley had already successfully made the prototype. Why now is he struggling 9 experiments later? But if this was his first time trying to replicate someone else's findings, his confusion makes way more sense. And with that in mind,
well, it's
I
clearly
knew I
not his
needed
first
to go
time. It's at
back and
another
reevaluate
failure, so.
even more to figure out what exactly the prototype is. The only experiment we know of before the prototype is Experiment 814. In previous theories, we've continued to assume that this experiment was conducted by Harley, mostly because of the final line. Perhaps something larger than a rat would yield different results, implying the whole wanting to experiment on orphans thing, which led to the whole using orphans to make creepy toy monsters thing. But with this change in the prototype's timeline, it means it can't
What experiment
be
number is
Harley
Poppy?
trying to make a bigger body, but someone
Do we know
else
that?
trying to revive something or someone that has died. And remind me, where do we find this document again? It's inside Elliot Ludwig's office, the same place we find a VHS tape telling us about his tragic family loss.
In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest. How did he manage to stay determined even after suffering such a tragic loss?
Plus, if you analyze the top of Experiment 814, the handwriting looks very similar to the signature Elliot used on his letter firing Harley. In both documents, the letters are slanted to the same angle, the E's are written with a very similar curvy nature, and the I's are also slanted in that similar direction. This is Elliot's handwriting. Experiment 814 isn't about Harley's twisted desire to create bigger bodies from orphans, it was Elliot's desperate attempt to raise his child from the dead. He knew he'd be testing on larger subjects next because his daughter was always the goal. This means that 814 could be a lot older than we've ever thought. I mean, the paper itself is probably the most old and decrepit piece of paper we've seen in the series so far, and that's saying something because this game has a lot of old decrepit pieces of paper. But I raise it because to me, it looks old enough to potentially be from the same time as the Young Geniuses program. In case you don't remember, the Young Geniuses program was Elliot Ludwig's attempt to foster the next generation of inventors, including the infamous Harley Sawyer, so you can see how well that went. Once again, we don't have any evidence about its exact place in the timeline, but by looking at the poster used to advertise the program, we can see that the logo they use in the bottom corner is actually the old Playtime logo. The first time we see the more modern logo pop up in the timeline is during the Playcare introduction video. And thanks to our handy-dandy orientation notebook, we know that the Playcare opened in 1976. So, the Young Geniuses program would have existed sometime between the company's founding in 1930 and that 1976 advertisement. But we can actually narrow it down a bit further thanks to other elements of the poster's design. It's very reminiscent of the 1960s with its bright colors and bold lettering. Plus, during the 60s, President Lyndon B. Johnson was pushing a new progressive set of policies known as the Great Society. Johnson hoped to build a better future for all Americans, and a lot of the programs focused on helping disadvantaged youth get access to the same opportunities as their peers.
The Great Society is a place where every child can find knowledge to enrich his mind and to enlarge his talents.
Federal programs like the Neighborhood Youth Corps were made to encourage kids to get involved in their community and to connect them with local organizations to get job training or potential career opportunities. Something like Playtime Co.'s Young Geniuses program would fit right in. And it works out pretty nicely because it's right about when Elliot loses his daughter. He would want to bring in a bunch of kids to help him fill the child-shaped hole in his heart, figuratively and literally. These kids were smart, helping to push the boundaries of scientific advancement, like helping in the research of how to bring a child back to life as a toy. I theorized last time that the poem we saw at the end of the previous teaser, the one that asks, "Is this life?" was from one of those young geniuses. Someone who'd achieved the impossible with Poppy, but recognized the flaw in it. This new timeline would seem to agree with that idea, that the young geniuses were started in the 1960s as part of Elliot's plan to bring Poppy back to life. However, this does raise the issue of Harley. We know that he was a young genius, and yet throughout the games, we've seen that Harley doesn't understand Poppy or the prototype.
It's been weeks and weeks of taking things out and putting them back in and taking things out and putting them back in.
The prototype, stubborn as he is, and always silent with each passing session, I'm still uncovering fresh data nonetheless.
If I'm right and these experiments were part of the Young Geniuses program, there wouldn't be any secret. He'd just know. Except he was removed from the program by Elliot at some point, and at a young enough age that he still holds a grudge against Elliot to this day. So it is possible that he was around for experiments like 814, but was fired before they were able to successfully create something like the prototype, which is why we see him using some of Elliot's teachings about embryology and the Poppy gel, and why he's so surprised when he sees Poppy for the first time. Quote, "Is it her? That's impossible." When Harley returned to Playtime Co. all those years later, he never expected Elliot's caring approach to yield results, and so he needed to figure out how they worked in order to succeed. His experiments worked, sure, but he didn't truly understand the secret. But all of that brings us back to the main question I asked at the start. Who is the prototype? If he's not part of Harley's Bigger Bodies initiative and instead was part of Elliot and the Young Geniuses experiments well before that, does it make sense for him to still be a clone of Elliot Ludwig like I theorized about previously? The answer is a resounding no. And the reason I think that is all because of this video that Mob released just a few months ago. It starts out as a simple OmniHand user guide, but about halfway through the video, the VHS is suddenly overwritten with footage of the Doctor watching the player's journey through the cameras around the factory, similar to what we saw in the build-up to Chapter 4. Specifically, it shows us the moment that Yarnaby is released to chase us. But what's really important is what's on the side of the monitors. The sticky note on the left side says, "Keep an eye on 1007, 1172, and 1322. All experiment numbers. We already know that 1172 is Kissy and 1322 is Dowie. But who is 1007? They've never been mentioned before, and it's exactly one experiment number after the prototype. Harley started running his project around experiment 1015, which, as I said before, was a notable failure. So I don't think 1007
I mean, like, he didn't do 1006, but we don't know when 1007 was. It could easily have been after he started. And like I said, it's said on that note that that 1015 was another failure, indicating he'd already done experiments already. So He could have easily made 1007. There's no reason he can't have.
By him. His success didn't come around until 1160, Boxy Boo. And looking at this list with the context of this being while Harley is spying on us during Chapter 4, I think it becomes pretty clear who it's supposed to be. Who would you say our three main allies are in Chapter 4? The three experiments who help us throughout the chapter that Harley would likely want to keep an eye on. Kissy, Doey, and Poppy. Guys, I believe that Poppy is Experiment 1007. She is the only ally on Harley's list that he's watching that is unaccounted for. We know that he actively wants to keep an eye on Poppy specifically because she is defying his ally, the Prototype, and because, in his words, her path leads to ruin. He was trying to recreate the magic of Poppy, and in doing so, ended up being turned into an experiment himself, and eventually died at our hand. And finally, that number is an Elliot experiment, where the whole goal was to bring Poppy back to life in the first place. That feels like a huge reveal in and of itself, but I need you to stay with me for just a little longer, because if you...
I'm gonna listen to that again.
And in doing so, it's her part. 1007. She is the only ally on Harley's list that he's watching that is unaccounted for. We know that he actively wants to keep an eye on Poppy specifically because she is defying his ally, the Prototype, and because, in his words, her path leads to ruin. He was trying to recreate the magic of Poppy, and in doing so, ended up being turned into an experiment himself, and eventually died at our hand. And finally, that number is an Elliot experiment, where the whole goal was to bring Poppy back.
I mean, it can
life.
be, but again, there's no reason it technically... There's technically no reason it can't have been a Harley Sawyer one.
The first place. That feels like a huge reveal in and of itself, but I need you to stay with me for just a little longer. Because if Poppy is 1007, then what does that make 1006? They're called the Prototype, which we've assumed was because they were a prototype of the bigger bodies, but that never sat right with Boxy Boo being Harley's first success hundreds of experiments later.
The first of many. You have proven my bigger bodies initiative a success.
With Poppy being 1007, that shines a whole new light on them. They're not just any prototype. They are a prototype for Poppy.
Okay.
That might seem like a huge stretch, especially when I spent the whole first half of this episode talking about how the Prototype is going to be a jester, which Poppy is most certainly not. But hear me out. Look at all the Chapter 5 marketing materials. Poppy is everywhere. There's a Poppy cutter that's on fire, burning in the hallway of the lab, covered in Poppy gel, the thing used to bring her to life inside the Prototype's domain. There's empty Poppy masks in the promotional images and in the teasers. We are being shown the failed attempts at creating Poppy, the empty masks and the spilled gel that fills the labs. The Prototype dwells here because this was also their birthing place, surrounded by hundreds of other failed experiments. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if when we finally see the Prototype's face behind its jester aesthetic, we see another empty Poppy mask of an imperfect experiment staring back at us. It would also make way more sense why the Fool Tarot card was used. Remember, one of its big traits is childlike wonder and naivety.
Nielsen is getting a new look. Same great taste, easy to digest. Nielsen, since 1893.
I can see that. I just would have thought that Poppy would be first. But I can kind of see the idea of, like, him being a prototype of Poppy. That's possible.
Isn't proud or ignorant because of its intelligence. It's just a child that thinks it knows best and is being told no. It doesn't fully understand the complexities of how to achieve what it wants, which is why it needs the help from people like the Doctor. It really is a fool jumping blindly into a world it doesn't even fully understand itself. The Prototype was the first time Elliot got close to bringing back his daughter, but it was just an experiment. They'd been making biological toys for years, but before he put his daughter into one, he needed to experiment to prove that he could actually bring his daughter back. The Prototype is just that, an experiment, a mishmash of mechanical and biological parts. They didn't need the body to be perfect, they just needed it to work. The hope was that some combination of biological and synthetic would bring his daughter back, and when when it did, he was then able to move on to the real thing, using his daughter's cells to bring her back to life inside the perfect little doll. A doll that she inspired.
I can see that, but it basically conflicts with the theory that the prototype is Elliot Ludwig. That's kind of what I was about to say. It doesn't necessarily, though, because I feel like if he was making a prototype of Poppy to test the idea, it wouldn't make sense that he would use his daughter's DNA, because then it would just be like he's making a new version of his daughter and then making a better version of her, so kind of abandoning the other one, which is kind of like, I feel like he wouldn't do that, you know what I mean? So it would make sense if maybe he used his own DNA for the prototype to test the idea that the DNA would work to make a clone of himself, and then with that in mind, then he could create the clone of his daughter for Poppy. Like, the prototype is a proof of concept where he used himself rather than his daughter, because if he used his daughter, then he would have to abandon his daughter, which he probably wouldn't want to do. You saying that the prototype is a clone of himself? Yeah. There's no real reason that it can't be. And I feel like that kind of makes a little bit more sense. At least more sense than him using his daughter and then abandoning her, you know? I feel like that's kind of weird. I know it's just a clone, but it's still he's still making a new version of his daughter. And he plans to treat Poppy as if it's his... He plans to treat Poppy as if he's using Poppy to bring back his daughter. So he believes that the clone of his daughter is the real version of his daughter. So if he made a clone of his daughter and then abandoned it and then made a new clone, that would not be fitting with his character. So that's why I feel like using his own DNA, making a clone of himself to prove that the idea of making these clones would work, I feel like that makes more logical sense.
In the first place. The prototype was then left abandoned. A monster created out of pure love, only to be discarded by Elliot Ludwig in favor of the newer, more perfect Poppy. I predict that 1006 was then turned into a jester. A character often depicted with red hair, by the way. Now it would at least have some use in the factory. It was literally branded the Fool by Elliot. A joke, a laughing stock. And so, as the years passed, as Harley came in and began creating more broken and failed experiments like catnap, 1006 took them under their wing, protecting them and bonding with them, because it too is a child that felt unloved.
It's like in The Flash Season 3. I don't know if anybody here has watched The Flash, but in The Flash Season 3, spoilers, the main villain of the season, Savitar, is a version of Barry Allen, like The Flash, who was a time remnant, which basically means the Flash went back. Basically, the Flash went back in time, got a previous version of himself, and then used that version of himself to fight Savitar. Then Savitar killed a bunch of the time remnants, but left one alive. The one that was left alive was later shunned by the rest of Team Flash, and then that version of him basically abandoned by his family. And then that led him to become evil, to become Savitar, basically. So it's kind of similar to that, in that his idea is that it's his daughter that he's turning into the prototype. But I feel like it makes like I've said I feel like it makes sense that he uses himself, makes a new version of himself, and then he ends up making Poppy with his daughter, and then he disregards the prototype, which is a previous version of himself. He ignores the old version of himself, and then that leads to that version of himself becoming evil, becoming the villain. It's similar. I feel like that would make a lot of sense, and I feel like that's kind of a cool idea.
Betrayed by those who swore to protect them. But just as Lockhart put in the report, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
Poppy's Chapter 5 teaser is here.
Okay. So, we have we have three lore videos, the official game trailer, which I purposely wanted to do towards the end, which is why I did it in chronological order, and then we have one more game theory, which is 35 minutes long. I think this is his timeline one. So yeah, we have only 5 more videos. I think we should have time at the afterwards to watch the ARG stuff. I'll probably watch that. Discord. Okay. All right, we'll watch all of these. Now, let's go. Restricted _ conditioning _ 1990. This is 2 minutes and 28 seconds long. Let's go. Damn. Catnap?
What is your name? What is your experiment number? Can you tell me who you are?
Yeah. Theodore Graham Bell. Hold on. I'm trying to read. November 7th, 1990. And then on November 22nd, 1990, Subject 1188 was sent for reconditioning following an incident which resulted in the death of 6 staff and injury of 8 others. Okay. I'm reacting to the gameplay trailer second last. I might actually do it last just because the game theory only came out like 4 days after the game trailer. So there's probably nothing to do with it in it. So we'll see. 1188 would need extensive treatment.
It feels weird seeing them like this.
Like what?
Like feral? I don't know. I hardly recognize them.
Preston, if I didn't know you, I'd say you sounded like a new guy.
Does it ever bother you the way they act after we...
Smiling Critters videos.
No, not really. The work's important.
Mm-hmm. Total treatment time 49 days. Jam 108.
I know it's important, Newman, but you can't deny the cost is... well, there is a cost.
You just can't dwell on it. The trick is to stay focused. Besides, if Grace's treatment plan here works, 1188 won't be feral for long. What is your name? What is... yes, your name, please.
Treatment outcome successful. Okay. Huh. So basically, is him turning from Theodore into Catnap, pretty much. Hello, Catnap. I guess this is... I assume that was the Hour of Joy.
Bold refreshment. That's brisk.
What is that?
That should have been the end. I'm just going to skip this picture. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay. Restricted Condemnation 1998. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Hour of Joy for sure. Yep, 2:07 p.m. Hour of Joy day.
Things are quiet out there. Not sure if that's good or bad.
Someone will come for us. We just need to sit tight.
Jessica?
They'll send a team. Specialist, probably.
Jessica. She was the doctor, right?
It's going to be one hell of a cleanup operation.
3:35 a.m. on August 13th.
When we
so
get back to
5 days
that
after.
lift, it should be a straight shot to the surface.
But back here, see? Does Bio even connect to the executive lift? I don't think it does. Maybe diorama all 4, the service shaft to the train terminal, the train...
No, all 4 is facing east. This is backwards.
It can't be backwards. It has to connect to... This map can't be right.
August 18th at 10:40 p.m.
Once we're out, where will you go?
Well, I suppose I'd owe my wife a few explanations, wouldn't I? Not that that makes up for anything.
At least you have a life to go back to.
Growing up in play care, running back as soon as I had my degree. My entire life was here.
That's sad.
Sad? I never thought about it that way. Not until this.
Well, maybe this is what we get. All we've done for...
You don't have anything to apologize for. We were doing good work. It's not your fault this all blew up in our faces.
But...
Preston, you don't need to.
I just couldn't stand by and watch it happen anymore.
What are you saying?
I didn't know they would. I had no other choice.
Oh.
You let them. You let them. And you didn't think they would do something like this? Tell me this is some kind of joke. My God, how could you do that?
Not just me. There were others. And we all knew this wasn't right. I think you know that too.
No, don't try to rationalize it just because you got cold feet, because you couldn't stomach the work.
Oh, the work. The work was wrong.
It's not that simple. You were still a part of it as much as the rest of us. We were supposed...
Who was that? Was that Huggy or? So this is the doctor guy, the guy that owned the handbook, right? Who was that? That wasn't Huggy. Okay. There's a few things I want to go through. I'll double speed it. This PW, yeah. Seems like it.
Things are quiet up there. Not sure if it's good or bad.
Someone will cover us. We just need to sit tight.
Jessica.
Let's send a team. Specialist, probably. It's going to be one hell of a cleanup operation.
These are both the two people in the previous one too, right?
Straight shot to the surface.
So back here, see? Is Riley connect the executive hood? I have to get us. Maybe diagram all four. Is there a shaft to the train terminal that can do?
No, over is facing east. It's backwards.
It can't be backwards. It has to connect. It's mapping. Right. Once we're out, where do you go?
Well, I suppose I'd owe my wife a few explanations, wouldn't I? Not that that makes up for anything.
At least you have a life to go back to. Growing up in play care, running back as soon as I have a degree. My entire life was here.
That's sad.
Sad? I never thought about it that way. Not until this.
Well, maybe this is what we get. All we've done for...
Okay, this is what I want to
Well,
look at.
maybe this is what we get. All we've done for...
Okay. August, September. Nothing changes here. Okay. Quitting on August 3rd. Have been persuaded to stay. New play care schedule comes in. So it looks like... Employee calendar. So I'm assuming this is from PW? Like, was he going to quit and then he was persuaded to stay? And then on the 8th he let them out? Was that it?
You don't have anything to apologize for. We were doing good work. It's not your fault this all blew up in our faces.
Well...
You don't have anything to apologize for. We were doing good work. It's not your fault this all blew up in our faces.
Okay. The theater incident. I think this is all just the same image. The theater incident, the disappearances, the sightings, I think that says, all are true, all are connected. I can't tell what that says. Nobody's safe. Oh, it might be the same thing. Yeah, I think it's just like a mirror image. Nobody's safe. Everyone suffers some Some more than others? Oh yeah, everyone suffers, some more than others. But you aren't powerless. If you believe, keep this note and find the next one. This time next week. If you don't burn it, tell anyone and I'll know. Don't be stupid. A friend. Hold up. Can you hear us? Can you see this? Anything else here?
You don't need to. I just couldn't stand by and watch it happen anymore. What are you saying?
Okay, this is something as well. Let's see. Step 6? What does that say? That's different from what pops up over it. During transfer, something above it. Trap. Trap something giant during transfer. Release the straps. Can't tell what that word is. Something the giant. And this is... I think this is something from another tape. That's the gas masks. And this looks like... I can't tell what that is, but... maybe the Hour of Joy or something. And this is from the previous tape. Hold up. What is that? Can't tell what this is. Nope. More. I can't tell what that is either. Huh, what's that? Oh, that's just them talking, right.
This is some kind of joke. My God, how would you do that? Not just me. There were others. I all knew this wasn't right. I think you know that too.
Oh, there were others.
You could start the work. Oh, the work was wrong. It's not that simple. You were still part of it as much as the rest of us.
Hold on. Whose hand is that? It's a yellow hand. It looks like blue fur, so it kind of looks like Huggy. That doesn't really look like Huggy, though. I don't know. Okay. Cool. It's that one. Now this one is restricted salvation. 3 minutes long. Speed is normal. Okay. Yeah, it looked like a bunch of frames from the other videos, yeah. Okay. Let's watch this one now. This is following the previous one because it's August 18th. That's where they. That's where the previous one left off.
Preston?
Preston. I guess that's what the P stands for. So this is Jessica's perspective.
Oh.
That's a Braun toy. Did that say something? It looked almost like it said... Yeah, oh yeah, it said something there. Our words of the week. Is there something else? It looks like it says something, but I could be wrong. No, I think it's just glitching. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, that's the prototype.
God.
Dr. Newman.
Now, Doctor. We must.
Isn't that right?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please.
That's funny. You're the
second person.
I went today.
who said that. The other was my
Good friend, Preston.
Preston was
Always.
nice to me. You were never very nice.
Were you?
Dr. Newman.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Couldn't tell if there was text there, so I'll go back and check.
I'm so glad you were there when I needed to.
Preston? Now I can be there for you.
Always.
The hell is that? See you soon. 3/15/13. Huh? 3/15/13. What is that?
I got game, she got game, we got game. Everybody say, have rice game.
3/15/13? What?
Today.
I'll speed this up. I'll check if there's any text around.
My
Good friend, Preston.
Preston was
Always.
nice to me. You were never very nice.
Were you?
Dr. Newman. The other was my
Good friend, Preston.
Preston was
Always.
nice to me. You were never very nice.
Were you?
Dr. Newman.
Let me see. Is there any text here? Oh. of a kind. We are... Huh. We are 2. Can't tell the rest of it. It looks like 2. Huh. Not seeing anything else right now. I want to check the last part where Preston pops up. Or where he starts talking to Preston, I mean. No, okay, it doesn't look like anything.
I'm so glad you were there when I needed you. Preston? Now I can be there for you. Always.
And he's looking around too. So did he turn Preston into that thing? See you soon. God damn it. God, for the love of God. Dude. Yeah, it says 3:15:13. What does that mean? What are those numbers? It looks like just those ones. I can't think of anything that would be. Because like that's the release date. Not only is it not 2013, but but it also we already have the release dates in 2 days. So what is 3:15:13? Is that like a code or something? Does that lead to another video maybe like in the ARG or I don't know. When does this come out? February 4th. Okay. This is the trailer. I don't know why I didn't say anything. This is the trailer. Poppy Playtime Chapter 5, official game trailer, 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Let's watch. There's Huggy. Boy. Oh, he's bleeding. There's definitely a kid in that.
Don't be afraid.
I can fix you.
Mommy Longlegs. Like a corpse. A catnap toy. They're probably all just toys. I don't think they're the real ones.
Let's be scared together, Poppy.
There's a Poppy face. That I think is Lily, right?
You're the one they've been talking about.
Who the hell are you?
We're not the first to try and take out the prototype.
That's a new hand.
Everyone who tries, they fail.
He's going to kill them all.
That's Lily.
But everyone has a weakness. This is our chance.
It's you. You're alive.
You're running out of time! 5, 4,
There's Huggy.
3, 2.
Huggy again. Huh, okay. Okay, I want to go back through and look at everything. Anything else? No, looks good now. Okay. I want to go back and look at everything. So there's a Huggy Wuggy toy. He steps in it, and blood comes out. So very clearly a child. That's a Mommy Longlegs toy. Probably a toy. Catnap toy. And they're all bleeding. There's Doey's hat. It's basically showing all the previous enemies. And then there's the Poppy mask, the face. This looks like probably part of the lab. That, I think, is an image of Lily. Is that I think that's a dog. What's the dog's name in this game? Dog Day. I like Dog Day. I think it is. I could be wrong. Whoa. I'll get to you in a second. You look like Foxy, actually. For the love of God. Why do you have to... Thank you. Okay. What is that over there? Is that, like, the gel stuff? Or... Huh. I can't tell. That's something you grab onto, obviously. You have the Omni hand.
You're the one that...
This guy's weird. He really reminds me of Foxy. It looks like a... It probably isn't a fox, but he does have an eye patch. He seems like a pirate character.
About.
This kind of reminds me of one of the areas from Chapter 2. I could be wrong, but it reminds me of an area from Chapter 2 where you see, like, part of like, Huggy Wuggy, like, his blue fur or whatever in blood. That kind of indicates where you might have gone to. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what it reminds me of. It's probably a new area, though.
Try and take out...
This is a... Huh. So this is a new hand, but also there's something new on the blue hand. What is that? Huh. It looks really different. Like, overall. Like, the aesthetic looks really different. That's farther away than I thought.
I can see you.
The graphics look really good. Hopefully it doesn't break my PC.
Tries, you fail.
Okay, so there's Lily. That's a face on that thing.
Everyone has weakness. This is our chance.
What is that? It looks like a toy, like, on an operating table. Okay, this is weird. It's like a wooded area. Looks like trees. There's Kissy and Poppy. In, like, a jail cell? Is that what it was? What was that? That looks weird. It's Lily again. She, like, wrapped us up. So there's Huggy. There's an ice cream truck. That thing. That was Lily, and this is, Huh, that looks like the prototype was attacking us. Right? It definitely looked like the prototype. Yeah. And we see like a very vague reflection of the prototype. Okay. Okay. Looks cool. I like it. This is the last thing that we gotta watch. This is the... I think this is the timeline that they wanted to do before Chapter 5. It's 35 minutes long. This is going to take a while. So let's watch.
What do you need to know before Poppy Playtime Chapter 5? Since Poppy Playtime burst onto the scene back in 2021, we've been working hard in the Theory Factory trying to figure out the lore of this game. We've covered everything from teasers to ARGs, even the collaborations with other games. But with Chapter 5 on the horizon, I figured it would be useful to put it all into one place so you loyal theorists don't have to lift a pretty little porcelain finger. Here is Game Theory's updated Poppy Playtime line.
Yep. Okay.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the
together.
show that's your one-stop shop for all things Poppy. And this year is Poppy Playtime's 5th anniversary. That is 5 years of lore that have built up. And let me tell you, Mob Entertainment has been busy hiding this stuff. They've added it to new chapters of the game, in ARGs, in books, in so many teasers, and even inside collaborations with Roblox and Fortnite. It's a lot to keep up with.
It is his 5th anniversary, but not until way later in the year.
So if you're someone that's only been playing the games, there might be a ton of integral lore you've missed out on. But not to worry, because just like last year, I've decided to lend you all a helping hand and put together a timeline with everything we've learned so far about this beast of a franchise. As usual, instead of focusing really heavily on the evidence like a normal theory, I'll instead be leaning in more on the story side of things. We'll have these little citations in the bottom corner for where we're getting evidence, and we'll be putting our handy dandy theory traffic light in the top corner to clarify things even more. Green means what I'm saying is supported by facts, yellow means what I'm saying is theory, and red means that I'm making assumptions to make sense of the story, but aren't really supported outside of the narrative. But with that out of the way, loyal theorists...
I'm a geology major, a real rocker. This paper is the last thing standing between me and break, and I...
Let's hop on our Playtime Express and go on a journey through the history of Playtime Co. First stop, Theoryverse.store, where we're having a sale on all things Poppy in anticipation for Chapter 5. You can get 20% off this hoodie, this shirt, these... Let's ride this train back to where it all began and focus on the girl who started it all, Little Miss Poppy Playtime. Poppy was born on March 7th, 1949. She was the most sweet and adorable little girl, and so, very quickly, she found herself in the loving arms of her new adoptive father, Elliot Ludwig.
Playtime Co. is the product of a great man by the name of Elliot Ludwig, divorced but a family man at heart.
He started the toy company in 1930, though he hadn't actually made a single toy yet. He would tell Poppy stories while he held her about how his wife left him the same year he started the company, and as a result he lacked any true inspiration until he met her. The next year, in 1950, he created...
He tells his daughter about stories about how he got divorced.
soon be the most famous toy.
Poppy Playtime! Poppy's as lovable as a real girl, and she talks like one too.
Hi, my name is Poppy. I love you.
This doll was revolutionary. She wasn't just a doll who talked, she was a doll who listened. A doll like this had never existed before. People loved her, but no one loved her more than Poppy herself. She loved all of her father's creations. She was always enamored by his genius, not just in how he managed to make Poppy a household name, but because he was doing something no one else was. She knew the reason these toys were able to talk and listen was because they were truly alive. Her father would tell her about his love for science and embryology, and how he used that in his toy-making process to create Poppy Playtime in the first place. Most children would have been put off when they found out their favorite toy was filled with squishy, bloody stuff, but not Poppy. Although he did warn her not to take it apart and show people, just like the rest of his employees. Even though she loved it, the rest of the world wouldn't understand. He also put a clause in the instructions stating that if Poppy was taken apart by untrained personnel, she would break immediately and no refunds would be given, just in case. As time went on, the Poppy doll became more than just that year's most popular toy. She became an icon. Poppy was the new face of the company. They even built a Poppy Playtime theme park, and the real-life Poppy was getting to enjoy everything that came with being the heir to a successful toy company. To her, the factory was absolutely magical. She loved how she got to see new toys getting made. She loved exploring new parts of the factory. This was just the beginning of a long and happy life for her, and she was excited to go and visit Playtime factories all over the...
Try Olay for firm...
Hello?
But she never got to visit those factories. Well, at least not as she currently was.
In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest. But with so much ambition, he rose back up and continued to fulfill his vision for the Playtime Co. toy factory.
Poppy woke up on an operating table, her eyes blurry, but as they came into focus, she saw medical equipment, scientists, and most importantly, her father. But something was different about him. His haircut was the same, he was still wearing the same old stuffy pressed suit, but his face looked older, years older. It felt like she had woken up from a deep sleep. It's impossible for someone to look so different in such a short amount of time, and yet he did. However, he's not the only one that changed. As she looked down at her limbs, she realized that the fleshy legs she used to run around the factory had been replaced with porcelain. Her hair was now an unnatural fiery red, and she was wearing a dress that looked awfully familiar. She had been turned into a doll, and it wasn't just any doll. She was now the Poppy Playtime. Before she could even speak, her father leant over and hugged her, crying, and picked her up in his arms, taking her to their new home that he had built inside the factory. He sat her down and told her everything. It turns out, in 1960, when she had only just turned 11 years old, she met a tragic fate. Her father was devastated, like any father would be. She was his entire world, and within moments, it was all taken away from him. So he decided that he wasn't going to lose his family again. He was going to dedicate the rest of his life to bringing her back. And he was going to use the science of embryology to do it, just like he had used it to make the original Poppy dolls. The trouble was, that plan was going to require time, research, and most importantly, money. So Playtime Co. developed new toys like Bron the Dinosaur and Boxy Boo to continue to bring in money from the next generation of kids. They weren't nearly as successful as Poppy, but beggars can't be choosers. More employees were also brought in on the back end, like Mr. Eddie Ritterman and Mr. Leif Pierre, to support the business side of things, so that he could focus on his new initiative, the Young Geniuses program, a program where young people would be brought into Playtime Co. headquarters as an apprenticeship of sorts. He wanted the best and brightest young minds to tackle the universe's most unanswerable questions. And what is more unanswerable than death itself? Her father sounded so proud as he told her stories of him and his new team of whiz kids, how they performed hundreds of experiments, all with the goal of her revival, using lab rats to test their theories about how the poppies that resided in the scent of her new body's hair were somehow the key to all of it. Although there were times he got sad while retelling these stories, usually whenever he remembered a young man by the name of Harley Sawyer. He was incredibly smart, but unfortunately he had a bit of a temper and an utter lack of humility, which led her father to make the difficult decision to let him go. Her father had hoped that this would be a learning moment for him, that he would go on to become a better person the more he experienced the wonders of humanity. Maybe one day he could even return to the factory. But the part that he was most proud of, the part that he got the most excited talking about, was when he got to experiment 1006. Its body was made of a mix of machine parts and organic matter, combining his love of engineering and embryology. But the reason he was so proud was because it worked. Their brain worked exactly as hoped. It was proof that real consciousness could exist in an unnatural body. This was the sign they needed. They knew that their attempts at Poppy's resurrection may truly be possible. So they dubbed experiment 1006 the prototype. It wasn't physically what they wanted, but it was enough so that they could move on to the real deal. Experiment 1007, her. As Poppy would sit with her father listening to these...
I gotta say, well, this... It's not really much of a timeline if you're not going in order. I gotta say that.
Stories. She was happy. Someone loved her enough to go to all this trouble. He even signed a contract with Warren Buck Construction Company in 1972 to expand the factory, including a corridor leading straight to her father's office from their new home so that he could visit whenever she wanted. Although, even still, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. He said he did all this for her, but he always seemed distracted, haunted even. The one that got away, Harley, always bugged him. He wished there was something he could have done to save him, but when he joined the Young Geniuses program, he was too old to have his mind changed. If her father wanted to change the world with bright young minds, he needed to start younger. And one day, when he was looking at Poppy, an idea went off in his head.
That is why it is with enormous pleasure that as the founder of Playtime Co., I announce Playcare, our very own on-site orphanage. But it's not only that, it's a...
Okay. There's a problem here. Playcare was founded in 1976. He's saying that the prototype was before Poppy. The prototype was in 1989. Poppy, if Poppy was after that, then this is not how this would go at all. Because Playcare was way earlier than the prototype.
School, a playhouse, a place to belong.
It was a giant underground facility, a place that would take in orphans.
Thank you so much.
Like he did for Poppy all those years ago, acting as both a home and a school for them, teaching them in the ways they should go. He hired a nice lady named Stella Grayber to take care of the majority of Playcare's operations. While Poppy was sad that she couldn't interact with these children, she needed to be kept safe and in good condition. Hearing these formerly broken and abandoned souls laughing did put a smile on her face. But the orphans did see her on occasion, from a distance at least, and they adored her. They draw pictures which her father would bring from his office to their home to show her, and that was more than enough for her. However, as was becoming usual, her father would often have to cut their time together short. Other men at the company would come and try to talk to him, and it didn't sound like they were good conversations. She would ask him about them when they spent time together. Apparently, sales were low. They hadn't really released a major hit since Poppy back in 1950. He would joke how he and his toys were stuck in the past, and with all of his focus being on her and the Playcare, he'd lost touch with his innovative side. But he had a plan. Playtime Co. launched Candy Cat in 1979. It was pretty successful and was definitely less old-fashioned, but it paled in comparison to his next big idea in 1984, Huggy Wuggy. This toy changed everything. He became Playtime Co.'s most popular and best-selling toy so far, even more than Poppy, literally saving the company. Since Huggy was so popular, they immediately launched an incredibly creative follow-up girl version, Kissy Missy, in 1985, who was just Huggy, but pink. Poppy could see that this was the desperately needed success her father was hoping for. He was getting older after all, even inventing the grab pack to help him move around the factory. So this success was not only going to ensure the company's legacy, but it also meant that the factory stayed open, and therefore kept her home safe and sound. Fresh off the hit, Poppy sat and watched as her father's creativity returned to him. Playtime Co. released more toys like the Swapimals, Catbee and PJ Pugapilla, and then there was her father's next big idea, the Smiling Critters. A whole line of stuffed animals, each with their own personalities and matching scents. It was her father's most ambitious line of toys yet. He even launched a Saturday morning cartoon for it, which he and Poppy could watch together. By all accounts, this should have been another huge success for the company, but it wasn't. In fact, these little guys became one of Playtime Co.'s biggest failures yet. All because of one of the plushies. Like all of the toys, he was supposed to emit his own scent, lavender, through an uncolored mist, but instead, the plush emitted a red smoke that definitely did not smell like lavender. Not only was it the wrong scent, but it also caused intense nightmares in the kids who bought it. This became a whole controversy that led to the toy being taken off the market entirely. Her father was furious, often missing his time with her to have meetings about this exact issue, but Poppy was small, able to sneak into the vents near his office, and she would see him in shouting matches with the head of innovation, Leith Pierre. After all, his innovation had caused this mess. Leith was overseeing most of the business at this point. How could he let this happen? But Leith never seemed fazed, like he knew something that Poppy didn't, and that scared her. And she was right to be, because before 1989 was even over, her father passed away. The man who raised her, the man who figured out how to bring her back from the dead, was now gone forever. She'd find newspapers left behind by workers, articles talking about her father's death, but unfortunately, like when she originally passed, time and people march on. She was once again truly alone. Even Playtime Co. had to figure out a way to move on and keep making toys without him. And who did they get to take over? None other than Leith Pierre. Poppy suspected foul play, but she had no proof, and right now, she had bigger things to worry about. Because with the Smiling Critters fiasco, Leith had to find the company's next big thing, and fast. And his focus immediately turned to her, the living, breathing clone of a girl that everyone thought was dead. dead. Now he would come and visit her to observe her, but he never treated her like a person. She was just a thing to him. She would hear him muttering to himself, if I can figure out how Elliot did this and mass produce it, it would make all of us a lot of money. The only problem is, Elliot was dead, and the only people who had helped out with the project were kids from the Young Geniuses program, all of whom Poppy hadn't seen around the factory for a long time. Clearly, they'd all moved on, so she figured she was safe. But Leith wouldn't be deterred so easily. She noticed a new man around the factory, Jared Lockhart, a private investigator, and she'd see him talking to Leith a lot. She'd come to learn that he was tasked with finding these people, and that they'd reached out to one of them who looked promising. And one day, while she was snooping around the facility, she saw Leith sitting down with someone new.
My name is Harley Sawyer. I'm called the Doctor.
Her eyes widened. This was the man her father had warned her about, the one who lacked humanity in his research. But maybe it's okay. Maybe her father had succeeded. Maybe all of these years away had helped him.
Giant toys. We can increase our workforce and simultaneously decrease the number of lawsuits and people on our payroll.
After a few weeks, in January of 1990, Harley began to appear in Poppy's home. He was baffled by her existence and would often scoff at the idea that her soft father could ever have accomplished this. Nevertheless, he had, and so the poking and prodding began.
It's been weeks and weeks of taking things out and putting them back in and taking things out and putting them back in, over and over and over.
Everything he did was filled with an anger, a bitterness towards her father, like he was trying to outdo him. He was willing to do anything that it took for the advancement of science. Poppy wasn't the only one he was doing this to either. Harley would often talk frustratedly about how she and another experiment were so difficult to work with. 1006, the prototype. Poppy remembered that name from all those years ago when her father told her about her creation. They had since been turned into a jester-like character, so they would somewhat blend in with the old-fashioned toy factory at the time. But now, she knew Harley was also prodding them for answers.
Is it confirmed that Elliot Ludwig died in '89, or is that just theorized? Because if it is, that means he did die the same year the prototype was created. So maybe it wasn't a clone. Like, maybe it was literally him. I don't know.
Now, she knew Harley was also prodding them for answers.
I learn something new about you every day.
However, he couldn't just keep pulling them apart. He needed to actually experiment. And when Poppy realized that, she was even
confirmed
more
that the prototype was made in
To
89
experiment,
again?
you need test subjects. Test subjects that were like her, children, orphans, all of whom were safely being kept down in the bowels of the Playcare. She was forced to witness their pain, being held in the lab as a reference point for the procedure they were about to do. He picked up where Elliot left off, with experiment 1008, 1009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, all total failures. And yet, Harley moved on like it was nothing, but Poppy just sat there, weeping, as one by one she watched an innocent child die, until one day when her weeping was interrupted by an unexpected noise. The phone in her home was ringing. Curious, she picked it up. No one ever used this. On the other end of the line was a young boy. He said his name was Ollie, and he knew about the bad men and what they were doing. Poppy couldn't hold back her tears. She would cry to him on the phone every night about the horrors she'd experienced and witnessed, as Ollie just listened and tried to comfort her best he could. This all went on for over 100 experiments before Harley even was able to manage any result with promise. Experiment 1160, Boxy Boo. This proved that what Harley had pitched was possible, that he could make larger living toys, but Poppy knew they weren't like her. This thing was a monster, animalistic, purely acting on instinct. It wasn't aware or alive like she was. It was almost like they'd been brainwashed, and in doing so, lost their humanity. Nevertheless, Harley and Leith ran with it, building the game station as a place where orphans would be tested on their physical and mental abilities. They even changed the curriculum in the schoolhouse to focus on Playtime Co. history. factory, all to hopefully prepare the kids for their permanent residence as bigger bodies. They immediately started performing more elaborate experiments like creating bigger body versions of Huggy, Yarnaby, and Catnap. Poppy found Catnap's story the most tragic. In 1989, the prototype had managed to occasionally escape confinement, and just like she'd been doing, it befriended an orphan, Theodore Gramble. But the prototype was not a great influence. Theodore got caught attempting to steal files, and eventually in 1990, 2 grab packs and green hands so that they could plan an escape. Unfortunately, they weren't successful, and Theodore overcharged the green hand, electrocuting himself. Poppy was often surprised that the prototype didn't just leave. Instead, it stayed behind and carried Theodore to staff. They turned him into a bigger body, but that actually saved his life, much like her father had done for her all those years ago. In 1991, Poppy met another new bigger body, Mummy Longlegs. She was a huge hit with the kids at the game station, and so got assigned to work there. In fact, all of these giant toys were assigned to a station. Mummy would help with the game station. Huggy was a security guard. Catnap would help the orphans sleep, and Boxy Boo would help get rid of problems, like the poor
Nielsen is getting a new look. Same great taste, easy to digest. Nielsen, since 1893.
Oops. Come on.
or IT employee named Rowan Stoll, who had begun to figure out what was going on inside the company and threatened to leak it to the press. Seeing all these kids interact with these monsters, it made Poppy angry. They had no idea what, no, who was inside these things, or that they too would soon suffer the same fate. And she wasn't the only one feeling this way. The prototype was getting noticeably more angry about the whole ordeal, but unlike Poppy, the prototype was smart enough and big enough to do something about it. In June of 1992, it opened up the bay doors and allowed Huggy Wuggy to escape the factory. Finally, freedom for at least one of these tortured souls, Poppy thought. But sadly, they were captured 5 hours later. Although they did manage to kill 5 employees, with 6 more going missing. She wasn't so keen on that part. She wanted freedom, yes, but they shouldn't be killing to do it. They'd be no better than them at that point. However, it was getting harder to argue, while Playtime Co. only seemed to be going deeper and deeper down the experimental rabbit hole. For example, Playtime Co. had a theatre on site where attendees of factory tours could watch performances featuring popular characters and see screenings of films, as well as many other parts of the factory. But in January of 1993, a young boy sadly fell into one of the vats, which Playtime took as an opportunity to try their latest experiment. 1322, Doughy the Dough Man. 3 children combined into one. This was truly torturous to witness. Something had to change, and something did change. Just not in the way Poppy expected. That same year, a normal trip to the Playtime Co. Theatre turned into a mass casualty event. The experiments got out and went on a rampage, killing 66 visitors and 12 of Leith's newly created resource extraction specialist team, who were deployed to help deal with the situation. But this time, it wasn't the prototype's doing.
Don't leave us in suspense!
Try Olay for firmer, lifted skin without pricey procedures. Only Olay.
What half-wit, soon-to-be dead man made this mistake? Dr. Harley Sawyer.
Harley Sawyer, one of the biggest names in the company, the orchestrator of all this suffering, was also rebelling. While shocking at first, it did kind of make sense. He was easily irritable, quick to anger, and he was deeply power hungry. Really, he was completely out of control, refusing to listen to any of the other executives. All he wanted was to figure out what it was that made Poppy and the prototype tick. Maybe the prototype offered him a deal, offered to share some information for favor. Poppy had no way of knowing, but what she did know is the Playtime Co. execs wouldn't stand for this. They weren't as forgiving as her father, but she also knew they needed him. Harley's mind was an asset. He was one of the only people in the entire world that knew how to helm the Bigger Bodies initiative. Sure, there were a lot of other young geniuses working on the project now who were smart and more mild-mannered, but at the end of the day, none of them were Harley. She didn't know what happened next. All she knew is that Harley stopped showing up to the labs. Suddenly, the prototype wanted a meeting with all of the toys after what happened in the theater incident. The prototype began going on about how things needed to change, that they should be free from the torment Playtime had put them through, and that it had a plan to do it. Poppy couldn't believe her ears. Was she actually going to be allowed to leave this place, live a normal life, not be stuck down here and torn apart and locked away like a lab rat? It was too good to be true. The other toys thought so too, and so agreed to unite alongside the prototype. The plan was that one day, while on their specific duties, the prototype would deactivate a bunch of Playtime systems, allowing the toys to roam free and escape. They called it the Hour of Joy, but they needed one last hand before they could execute the plan. Playtime Co. had upped their security since Huggy's escape. Now, to deactivate everything, the prototype needed something called the Omni Hand. Poppy knew about this hand. She'd seen the executives use it throughout the factory. The Warden, Leith Pierre, Eddie Ritterman, and Stella Graber. Eddie and Leith were out of the question. They were all big on the experiments and weren't likely to give up the hand. The Warden was a potential option, but then Poppy piped up. Stella would be perfect. She'd seen Stella around the Playcare, and despite approving of the experiments, she was clearly at the end of her rope. Maybe they could appeal to her love and care for the kids and get her to help them. Prototype agreed, though they also knew Stella wouldn't be enough on her own. Fortunately, Stella had been communicating with other scientists about their displeasure. Scientists like Preston Willard. And so, the prototype began sending VHS tapes as well as a phone to Stella. When she heard what it had to say, she folded and agreed to help, waiting for the prototype signal to use the Omni Hand to deactivate everything, having staff members untie and release the giant toys so that they could all go free. That wasn't exactly how it went though. The Hour of Joy happened on August 8th, 1995 at 11 a.m. On that morning, almost every single employee who decided to show up to work was brutally murdered. Huggy broke from his statuesque form and attacked guests in the lobby. Catnap played with scientists like they were cat toys. Even Kissy attacked her captors, the ones who had untied her in the first place, the ones that thought they were helping the cause. It was a complete and total massacre.
It was awful. So awful. I didn't want this. Wasn't what I thought we were gonna leave. Leave the factory. Not this.
The prototype had made a secondary plan without Poppy. She didn't realize this would be the result. She wouldn't have agreed to it otherwise. She saw people who she had known her whole life get slaughtered before her own eyes. Some people had absolutely no idea these experiments were even going on. They were completely innocent bystanders. Immediately, she marched to the prototype in a rage. How dare you do this? The prototype stared at her, and in its jumble of voices explained that they could never leave the factory again. If they did, they'd just be captured and experimented on by different people. Poppy still couldn't get over this betrayal, but deep down, she knew the prototype was right. At the same time, prototype began disappearing more and more, sneaking away secretively, working on something. Poppy wasn't sure what to make of it, until one day as she was walking around the factory, she heard a voice she'd never expected to hear again.
You know I'm still your best shot at cracking that secret.
What? How? How was he still alive? Why was he still alive? How could the prototype work with him after all he's done? And what were they working on? Toys? Experiments? The orphans had been locked up and kept safe. They'd gathered all the orphans after the Hour of Joy. Had they just picked up right where Playtime Co. left off? Poppy couldn't believe what she was seeing. She had to tell the others. Thankfully, there were others who were willing to listen. They weren't particularly happy with the new arrangements, or with the fact that they were now being encouraged to eat the remains of humans in order to survive. They wanted to be free, and so experiments like Joey, Kissy, and a bunch of the smiling critters all agreed to team up and defy the prototype, while also protecting those they could. Poppy agreed to join them, but she warned them the only way to stop the prototype was to destroy this entire facility, taking them all with it if it came to that. The toys were naturally nervous, but they knew the prototype needed to be stopped. Some speculated about what happened to Harley. Maybe Leith decided to turn him into one of his own creations so they could still use him. Maybe he'd managed to get a hold of one of the Omni Hands from the executives. All things were possible, but for now, they needed to focus on stopping the prototype, and Poppy was going to be the one to do it. At least that's what everyone kept saying, but Poppy was conflicted. She cared deeply about these toys, but she also knew the prototype was right and that they could never, ever be free. She had to destroy everything. But then, what about all these toys who looked up to her? Did she really want to kill all of these innocent children? One day, the pressure just became too much, and she ran away. Poppy would wander the now hallowed halls of Playtime Co., crying over what happened. Occasionally, she'd find employees that had somehow survived the Hour of Joy. One such employee was Preston, the one who Stella had gotten to help execute the plan. But when she looked at him, she saw the same face of guilt that she saw every time she looked in the mirror. This wasn't what either of them wanted. She warned them that if she could find them, so would others. They needed to move on, and that if anyone asked her about what she saw, she would have to tell them under fear of what the prototype would do to her. It wasn't enough to save them though. On another one of her outings, she found Preston's human's name tag. Just like she'd warned, he'd been found. She wished she could have saved them, but there was nothing more she could have done without sacrificing her own life. All she could do was add a note of her own to his, and then put his name tag back on his old desk. It seemed like the right thing to do, a burial of sorts. As she did, a distressed Catbee watched her from the corner. She thought she recognized those eyes. Preston? That's when she felt a metallic hand grab her porcelain ankle. Next thing she knew, she was back in her home, the home her father had made for her all those years ago. Only this time, she was trapped in a glass box filled with the infamous red smoke. She banged, crashed, and threw herself at the glass trying to get out, but it was no use. This tiny body her father had given her wasn't strong enough. At that moment, the prototype creeped out of the shadows.
I'm so disappointed that you would betray us like that, Poppy. Our mere existence could mean so much, more than these humans could ever understand. You just needed to trust us.
What, like I trusted you about the hour of joy? She rebutted.
You still don't understand, do you? That's fine. You can sit in your cage until you come to your senses. I've got plans for a new arrival that I need to work on.
So she sat there, locked in isolation, while her friends were torn apart in the lower levels of the factory, and there was nothing she could do to help. Over the years, she spent time thinking about what the prototype was up to. Why was it still experimenting? What was it trying to achieve? Eternal life? A new perfect Poppy body for itself? A human body? But she knew she didn't have the answers. All she could do is stand and wait, hoping that something would change her fate. Wait, what did he mean by new arrival? The door swings open and in steps another surprise figure, a human. Immediately, as if without even thinking, they opened the door to the case. Finally, she could breathe again. It turns out this person used to work here, but was out the day that everyone went missing. And now they'd been sent a mysterious letter in the mail, asking them to return to the factory, claiming that 10 years later, there are still people left in the factory. And to save them, they needed to find the flower. The prototype's handwriting was still that of hers when she was 11. A few spelling mistakes here and there too. The prototype wanted another scientist to help with these awful experiments that it was conducting. But why did it instruct him to find her? It knew where she was. It was the one who locked her away here to begin with. And why risk them being killed by Huggy on the way in? It didn't matter now. The fact was, this was her chance to end the prototype for good. But she needed this employee's help. And to do that, she knew she needed to appeal to their humanity by lying. Of course, there were no workers left, at least not as they remembered them. But why would they continue helping if they knew the truth? So she carried on the prototype's ruse. She told them they needed to find the train to get out of there, only to be grabbed out of nowhere by Mummy Longlegs. No, this was going to ruin the plan. If they lose to Mummy's games, then it's back to square one. But there was nothing she could do about it. She once again just had to sit and wait. And to her surprise, this employee did survive and killed Mummy in the process.
Good.
Now they were on the train home free.
I'm sorry. I can't let you leave.
Poppy pulled the trigger. She couldn't reveal the full plan, not yet. She just needed to get this person deeper into the facility. If they were trapped with no way out other than with Poppy's help, then they'd definitely help her to destroy this place. What was that sound? The train crashes right in front of the playcare. Something derailed it. Catnap and Mr. Light would be on their case at any minute. They definitely weren't going to be keen on seeing her wandering about. She made a break for it while the employee was unconscious. She'd meet back up with them later. They'd be fine. They've handled Huggy and Mummy at this point. Maybe if she could find Kissy Missy, things would be okay. It sounded like she was around here somewhere. Sure enough, she was wandering around the halls of the factory, bringing supplies back to the rebelling toys. And so the two of them headed down, running right into Poppy's new human friend. Although she did have to stop Kissy from eating them. Apparently, Ollie had been in touch with the employee while Poppy was trying to find them. She wasn't sure she'd hear that name ever again, but it brought a smile to her face and a sense of calm fell over her. If he was still alive, then she knew she had to save him and whatever orphans were still alive. Together, they defeat Catnap and make their way to the elevator to head into the prison of the factory. But as they descend... No, Kissy! Poppy felt like her heart was being ripped out of her chest. She had to go and save her from whatever was happening. She didn't want to leave the employee again, but Kissy was her friend. She points them in the direction of Doughy and Safe Haven, the place the rebels were all hiding, and promises to meet with them there. Thankfully, Kissy is okay. Injured, but alive. So she patches her up and they head back towards Safe Haven, but the prototype is hot on their tail. They manage to save the employee just in the nick of time, and they meet back up with Doughy. She thought this would be a good reunion, but the air feels tense. She knows Doughy doesn't agree with her plan to destroy the facility, but that never caused a problem before. No, it's the rumblings around her that are causing this feeling. The whispers from the toys about how she abandoned them, left them to die.
Can we really trust her this time?
She felt awful, but at the same time, if she wasn't okay with this, how could she carry on with her plan to destroy everything? After the employee once again proved their incredible survival skills, killing both Yarnaby and the doctor, they get a hold of the explosives. Finally, everything she dreamed of for years is going to work out. She has everything she needs to blow this place sky high. They set the charges and retreat to a safe distance, only for the bombs to go off in safe haven instead. No, no, no! This is the humans' fault! They screwed everything up! They even killed Dowie! No, this wasn't how it was supposed to go! All she could do now is hide with Kissy in the vents. Somehow the employee meets them in the vent. Poppy is about to give them a piece of her mind, but then the phone rings. Oh, thank goodness! Ollie, he'll help us!
You're not going to fight. The charade is over.
Who is this?
An obvious question with an obvious answer.
This whole time, Ollie was the prototype? Was there ever an Ollie to begin with? Has everything been a lie? This was all part of the prototype's plan. It needed this employee, but more importantly, it needed her. It needed her to witness everything that had been going on. It needed her to see things as it did. And so it tricked them and led them here. And now that everyone is out of their way, the prototype is coming for them both. She couldn't let the prototype catch her, not again. So she did the only thing she was good at. She ran away, abandoning Kissy and the employee. As she ran, she heard another explosion in the distance. The vent they were in had collapsed. Maybe they'd survived. Lord knows this human has survived worse. But right now, all she could think about was escaping. She's chased down by other experiments in the vents, the wrong side outimals. Expected. The prototype wasn't going to let her get away that easily. But in her panic, she misplaces her step and ends up falling down into an unknown room. As she regains consciousness and looks up, she finds herself face to face with another toy she'd not seen in a while. Lily Lovebraids. And that, loyal theorist, is everything we know before chapter 5. I know I said the last timeline would be the last time I did it all in one video, but YouTube is now encouraging longer videos, so I figured I'd give it a try. But oh boy, does this make me excited for the next installment. I actually feel pretty good about this timeline. The dates and order of events feel much more solid this time around. Last time I had a few pieces that were just kind of guesstimates, but now things feel far more solid, or at least strongly theorized. Although that doesn't mean it's all perfect. I wanted to try and tell this story from Poppy's perspective just to do something different. And naturally, there were some contrivances with that. Sometimes Poppy clearly knows things. We just don't know how she knows things. So I kinda had to fill in the gaps. Or there's just no way she would be able to know a thing, but for the sake of a timeline, I wanted to make sure we mentioned that detail. I'm also aware of how much less impact the final part of the story has when we play as just some employee. I was convinced for a long time that we play as PW from the book. And then the ARG brought him back and gave us his full name, so it felt like he was going to be important. Maybe I was right all along. And then in the final week of the ARG, Poppy finds his name tag and we hear the prototype talking to Preston, only to reveal a Cappy toy with human eyes. So sadly, I don't think it's him. Maybe we'll finally find out who we are in chapter 5, and who knows, maybe Preston will still be important, like a toy that helps us around the labs. We're definitely hurting for allies at this point, but I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. In the meantime, theorists, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
For the most part, I think it's a good timeline. Problem is that he himself said that the prototype was made in 1989.
Kids, shop around for a new phone.
That Poppy was after that, but that Playcare was after Poppy was made, which that doesn't all work together. I don't know for sure where it said that Elliot Ludwig died in 1989 or that the prototype was made in 1989. While I was watching, I was trying to like skim through the last video to find like where he said that, but like without audio, I don't know where exactly he said that. So I don't really know. The latter half seems solid. The first half doesn't really work together properly. But yeah. I was thinking about watching all the ARG stuff this in this stream, but I feel like I kind of want to stop streaming now, chill for a little bit, work on editing my video for the second channel. So I think I am going to end the stream now. But next stream will obviously be on Wednesday. That's when we'll be playing chapter 5 itself. And then I'm going to stream again on my second channel on Friday. So stay tuned for that stuff. Hope you guys have enjoyed this stream. If you did, leave a like and subscribe if you want to, if you haven't already. But yeah, I will see you all in the next video or stream or whatever the next thing you see by me is. So yeah. Bye, guys.